And we are live. Welcome, 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 everyone. This is Asar Imhotep, and I am with the Madhu Institute for the Advancement of Science and Culture. And this is another episode of Simba Simbi, where we hold up that which holds you up. Today, we have again with us an esteemed guest, who is a linguist and author. He's written a book in
welcome everyone. This
called
Origine
of African Languages.
Bantu and Institute for the Advancement of Science and Culture. This is another episode of Simba Simbi, where we hold up that which holds you
Hold
up.
on, Brother Mboli. I need you to turn the computer off. I mean, excuse me, the page off that is feeding live.
Linguist and author. He's written a book. Welcome everyone. This is called Origine of African Languages. Bantu and Institute for the Advancement of Science and Culture.
Mboli, can you hear me? Brother Mboli, can you hear me? Okay, I had to mute our guest page real quick because he has the he's providing feedback. I'm getting feedback in my ear. So again, Brother Mboli, if you can hear me, your page you need to either reduce the volume or just get rid of the page that is a live feed because it's feeding back into the conversation. And so if you have this on YouTube up, get rid of that page on your web browser. And so we'll start this again while he gets that going. And so again, yes, again, I am your host, Asar Imhotep, and this is Simba Simbi, and I am with the Madhu and Institute for the Advancement of Science and Culture. And today's guest is the esteemed author and linguist Jean-Claude Mboli out of France. He's joining us live, and instead of a normal interview, this time we are doing a live workshop. And so he's going to take over the show and give us a presentation titled the comparative method. It's going to be on the comparative method, but we have it titled The Comparative Method in African Linguistics, A Path to the Negro-Egyptian Language Family. So he's going to coach us step by step on how to do the comparative method and in the reconstruction of the Negro-Egyptian language phylum. And we have our other guest, Brother Wuja Irimaat, with us. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
All right. Welcome.
Greetings, Mr. Mboli.
Let me unmute his mic. Hopefully, he's giving us the feedback again. Let me see. Yes, there we go.
My mic.
We can hear you now.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you.
Everything is okay?
Yes, everything's okay. You were giving us feedback at first, and so I had to mute your mic. But you're into the show right now, so we just want to say welcome and thank you for your time again and sharing with us your knowledge and wisdom on this subject. And you know, we look forward to what you have to present for us. And so, you know, we hope everything's well. We know it's in the evening over there. And we have to remind the audience that he is live from France. And so this technology has allowed us to communicate with each other across the water. So we're grateful not only to Brother Mboli, but for Google for creating this technological platform. And So it's allowing us to have this presentation. So without further ado, again, I'll do this. For those who don't know you, please introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, what you do, and then the title of this presentation, and then it's all yours.
Okay. Hello everybody. Hello, Joe. This time I'm trying to present in a kind of summary the content of my book. I don't know if you see it. Origine des langues africaines. And doing so, I think it is better to share what I have now. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So today we are going to speak about the comparative method in African linguistics as a path to the Negro-Egyptian language family. Why I underscore family? I underscore family because it is the relevant word to speak about a group of languages which are genetically related. For example, Indo-European, Proto-Indo-European is a family. Okay, Bantu is a family. Proto-Germanic also is a family, and this is the term used to deal with such grouping. But Africanists used to use another term which is somehow confusing. They use the term phylum. Phylum is not the relevant term to speak about Negro-Egyptian, because a phylum, according to the definition given by Africanists, is a grouping that contain languages assumed to be genetically related, but not yet proved to be so. Only indication and proof must come later. And all African phyla are in this situation. Afro-Asiatic, Niger-Congo, Nilo-Syrian, Khoisan are phylum because up to now nobody has yet proved that these grouping are groups of genetically related languages. To do so, you need to use the comparative method, which is, as you know, a very painful method that requires rigor and a lot of job. And Africanists don't like to go so far and thought that they can bypass the method and use other methods with less criteria in order to reach the game, but they can't. This is why it is important today to present the comparative method and to show that if you don't use it, it is not possible to languages are genetically related. Okay. So this is a precision on the term, because all serious linguists throughout the world, Indo-Europeanists, Bantuists, and any other serious linguist use the term family to speak about genetically related languages. And it is not about superfamily. Phylum is not about superfamily. Because if you take the case of Proto-Germanic, you can compare English, German, Dutch, and the like, and prove that those languages are genetically related. So they constitute a family. And indeed, Proto-Germanic is a language family. And if you go further by comparing English with French or with Sanskrit or Latin or Greek, you will find out that all these languages are genetically related, but you are not going to speak about phylum, superfamily. You just speak about Proto-Indo-European, which is the family of this language. And in doing so, Proto-Germanic become a subfamily, a group, a branch, or what you want. And the final family is Proto-Indo-European. And if it is possible to find another language genetically to Indo-European, we are not going to speak about phyla again. We will extend the Indo-European about it as new family. Okay, this is why when all supposed Indo-European languages were found, they constituted Proto-Indo-European. Okay, the Indo-European family. But after that, they found Hittite and related languages in the Anatolia region, and they found that Hittite is related to the other Indo-European languages. So they didn't created a new family for that, containing Hittite and the other Indo-European languages. They speak about, they simply exchange the group, and Hittite become another member of Proto-Indo-European. So, in the view of the comparative linguist, using the term phylum is not a serious term. It denotes somewhere that the basis of the family is not solid, is not established. This is the connotation about using this term, phylum. But in the case of Negro-Egyptian, the relevant term is family because this is genetically related languages forming this set of languages. So Negro-Egyptian is a language family because if you have to go to speak to Indo-Europeanists and other serious comparative linguists, you could not be understood if you speak of Negro-Egyptian as a phylum. Doing so suppose that this family is not So my language deals, my book deals with.
Hold on, Brother John. You see that bar at the bottom of your screen?
Matters.
Where it says the Google Hangouts partage, where you need to mask it, again.
I need to mask it to.
Yeah, so that it doesn't show up at the bottom of the bar. So if you have text at the bottom, people will be able to read it. There you go. Okay, you can continue.
Okay. So my book was established to improve the comparative method. Okay, because in the case of African languages, you don't face the same issues than you have in Indo-European languages. The issues are more serious in African linguistics because in the vast majority of cases there are no written documents, you know. There are no history, and you have only to deal with the language as you know, except of Egyptian, I mean Coptic and Middle Egyptian, Old Egyptian, and the like, where we have some document. But outside this, we have nothing. And in addition to that, the linguistic history of the African continent is very complex, very long in time, you know, compared to Indo-European languages. So the situation is very complex, and you need to tighten the comparative method in order to get things work. And this is why my book is being used in many universities throughout the world in order to check relativeness using this new method I developed. This is why, for example, you could see the book in dozens of universities worldwide. I think two dozens American university have these books, and of course in France you have 1 dozen of universities who use the book. For example, here is the library of the University of Toulouse, where the book is. You can see it here. beside other famous book on African linguistics. For example, this is the French edition of the famous book African Languages, an Introduction by Ben Aine and Derek Nusser. I think you know this book.
Yeah,
all
I
these books
have the
here.
Here's the English version. I said, here's the English version.
Yes.
Of the text that you're talking
about. It has been
about.
translated into French, and my book is here among these books because outside the field of African linguistics, other linguists are interested on the method and are trying to use it to prove language which previously were difficult to be proved as genetically related. For example, languages in China are difficult to be related genetically because you have few things to compare, because you have basically only monosyllabic words, and to compare this is not so easy because the words are not complex enough to assure the comparison. So, what is the comparative method? The comparative method is a method aimed at restoring the ancestor of two languages. Okay? But before doing this, you have to demonstrate that the two languages are genetically related. And the comparative method has been conceived for this aim. Prove that two given languages are genetically related. And the method is a scientific method. It is a mathematical method because it is based on rules, of laws. And you need to establish these laws. Fail to succeed, they are. It is as simple as this. So, principle is the regularity of sound changes between the compared languages. If you are able to prove that the sounds in the two languages change regularly in accordance with each other, following a law, this is a proof of relativeness, because you can make prevision. You can predict, you can foresee event with this. And it has successfully been used to prove the genetic relativeness, as you know, of almost all European languages, and also some Indian languages, Sanskrit, for example. It has been used to decipher other languages. For example, the Mycenaean, which is the old version, the old stage of the Greek language. It has been used to decipher Hittite as well. It is a language in Anatolia discovered at the beginning of the 20th century. So this is science compared to what many Africanists outside the Bantuists are using as groupings, because they never prove, for example, that Middle Egyptian is genetically related to Semitic, for example. But using the method, they group the two languages. This is not serious. They have to use the comparative method to do so. If the languages are genetically related, they may show some regularity, and the comparatives need to restore, to show these irregularities. They never did so for Afro-Asiatic. They never did so for Niger-Congo, nor for Nilo-Saharan and Khoisan. But Bantuit succeeded to make such things within the Bantu family, okay? Because Bantu is a real family based on regular sun laws, and you can write down the equation related, for example, Lingala and isiZulu and any other Bantu language. The equation is there and fully respected by each of these languages. You know, so comparative method is the path to restore history and to prove that two languages are genetically related. I have now to present the comparative method
I think your volume went out. Brother Mboli, are you there?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Whatever you said beforehand, I think your volume went out, and so we didn't. All we heard was you were.
I just said that I am going to present at full detail the comparative method.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I need to use example, you know, to show things. It is very telling. Languages change over time. I think everybody knows this, but it is better to see it and to show it with example. Languages are not static entities. Languages change over time. Take this example. Here is Old French. Okay, here is the year 1192. And this is a text written by Canon Evra. Okay, in this year, so centuries before. Even for French-speaking people, you cannot read this, you know. It is difficult. The language they spoke at this period is completely different from what we are speaking now in France. as French. This shows you that the language, the French language, has dramatically changed between these two periods. Even though you can, if you are careful, you can distinguish some words with the word we using now. For example, you can see this word languages. I don't know how to pronounce it at the time. Languages. It occurs many times. No, 2 times, twice. We can distinguish belle, which means beautiful. Perhaps we have languages here. We have it, which means and in English. We have étranger, maybe étranger, you don't know. So this is a proof that things can change very quickly. Now, here is the modern translation, the modern French translation of the same text. You know, we have it here in modern French. I can read it for the audience. Toutes les langues sont différentes et étrangères, si ce n'est la langue française. C'est celle que Dieu perçoit le mieux, car il l'a faite belle et légère, si bien que l'on peut l'amplifier ou l'abréger mieux que toutes les autres. Roughly translated in English, this means all languages are different from each other and foreign to each other. But the French language is the exception, because it is the language God understands better. For He made it beautiful and light, so that one can amplify it or shrink it better than the other languages. This is roughly translated this text in modern French. So you see that things are changed very dramatically, even though you could relate something as assumed, as predicted. Languages is related to les langues, which means language in French. You see it here, you see again here, there. So there are some consistency. This word léger, we retrieve it here in léger, but some other is difficult to relate. So this to say that language change over time, and you can see that there are some equation of evolution fully respected during this change from Old French to modern French. I noticed 4. Obviously, there are a lot of other. The first one is that the final S vanished completely in modern French. I mean, in modern French, you know, when we go back to this slide, all final S in each of the words are no longer pronounced in French, in modern French. Even though they are written in the text, they are no longer pronounced. And this is a solid characteristic of French. And I want you to remind this during this presentation, because this is a constant of French. And you can also note that a final T vanishes as well. In final position, it is no longer pronounced. For example, 8, which means and, it is nowadays pronounced A, not 8. And the same thing occurs for many other things. You could note that S immediately preceding T vanish as well. Okay, this is another law. And you could also note that any vowel preceding L turn into vowel and U. This is another equation of evolution, fully respected. This is why, for example, here, this word altres, do you see it on the left? Altres in Old French, it is nowadays pronounced autre, autre. A-U-T-R-E-S. You notice that the final S is no longer pronounced. You notice also that the cluster A-L, al, turn into O. First into A-U, 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 and then into O later. This is another law. So this is to show you that languages do not change randomly. They follow a set of laws, and it is the duty to
Thank you.
made of evolution. And I can extract many other from this text to confirm what I said. And you know that from this example, you can compare an older language with another more recent one. Modern French versus Old French. It is possible. You just need to detect the equation of evolution. It is at all. So it is possible to compare Old Egyptian to Yoruba or to Wolof. Doesn't matter. You have only to extract the laws of evolution. If you succeed, they are genetically related. If you don't, they are not. Nothing other matter. Okay? Now, As a consequence of this, languages change over space. This is the basis of the process of dialectalization. This is why, for example, you have at the beginning a single language, and at the end you have many other languages which are daughters of this language, dialects. Because if the process is easy to understand, you have a single group of people speaking a given language, you separate them into two, they no longer communicate. So over time, as we have established previously, language change over time. So each group will change according to its different, because they are no longer communication between them. Sorry?
You went out again, and so if you could just repeat the last part again.
I just say that if you separate a language into two, they will have change over time for each of the two languages, and as they don't change the same way, they will become more and more different to each other, becoming then dialects, and then fully different languages. Okay? And I can illustrate this by taking modern French. There is a dialectization process underway in France and in Belgium, also in Canada, in Quebec. Linguists can see this. Here is two sentences in French spoken in France in the left, and in French spoken in Belgium in the right. Okay? The two sentences tell exactly the same thing. The mayor is 70 years old. Okay? You see it in France French. We say le maire a 70 ans. In Belgian French, we say le bourgmestre a 70 ans. You know? This is not understandable for each community, because mayor in French, in France, is said maire, le maire. In Belgium, le bourgmestre. You know? So if you speak about maire with a person in Belgium, he cannot understand what we're speaking about. He doesn't know maire. And conversely, if you speak to a Frenchman about bourgmestre, don't know. You know? There are divergences on the way. Despite the fact that Belgium is just next door to France, you know, they are neighbors, but the dialectization process is underway, and 70 is said 70 in Belgium, whereas it is said 70 in France. In France, there is an innovation, you know. because up to the 19th century, even in France, they said 70 to speak about 70. But there is, after that date, an innovation, and they said 70, that means 60 and 10. And this is an innovation, and with this process of innovation and lack of communication between the two groups, things are becoming more and more different. So we can summarize all this by this diagram. We are at the beginning Old French. It evolved over time to modern French, and under our eyes, this modern French is splitting into France French and Belgium French and other dialect of French. For example, in Quebec, it is another dialectization in the making. And the French spoken in Africa is also changing. So this is the way things functions, and this is why we have a lot of dialect. Okay.
Yes.
I am going to make a demonstration how to use the comparative method. I take the example of French and English. Everybody knows that French and English are Indo-European languages, so they descend from a common ancestor, the Proto-Indo-European. Okay, everybody knows this, but this needs to be demonstrated. You know, if somebody tell you, French is a sister of English, yeah, but if this is the case, you have to demonstrate this. Not only because somebody tells me that it is so, or you know, French descend from Latin. Latin is old language, Indo-European, and the like. No, you have to prove this. So I'm trying to do so, and you know, I take this list because we start with list of words, same similarly, okay, and we try to find if there are some equation we can extract from the list. This is comparison. See why we speak about comparative method. We compare the root in the two languages supposed to be related, and you must start with basic vocabulary words. To be lost and replaced by other. You know, so basic that you could not change them so easily. You are not to select words such as internet or plane, computer, and the like. No, you have to select basic words. Anybody know this? Father, it is a basic word. Foot, basic word. No, night, on, to come. 1, 2, 3 basic words. The body parts in particular are good basic words. This is what I just do. And from this list, I try to extract equations, formula, sound change, sound laws. You could do the same carefully if you were at home, but here you can extract things. In parentheses, I have mentioned the Latin version of the French word. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For example, father in French is père, in Latin, pater. Foot is pied, in Latin, ped, and the like. This choice because, as you know, French doesn't like final consonant, so it easily loses its final consonant. So that if I don't take into account its immediate ancestor, Latin, I could not retrieve the final consonant necessary for the comparison with the English counterpart. This is why I choose the Latin word here. But it is possible to deal without Latin and deal with other forms of the word pied. For example, the adjective created from
You went out again. Brother Mboli, if you can hear me speak, your sound is out. Testing, testing. We may have lost his sound.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
And we can't hear Sanjay has entered the conversation. Is your mic working? No. Let me get out of here. Trying to see if he can hear us. Brother Mboli. Testing, testing.
That's what it is. He dropped out. He might have to connect back in.
Yeah, he's gonna connect back in. Well, what do y'all think thus far?
Oh, it's very good. I mean, the way that he's explaining it step by step, I think is excellent, because one of the things he mentioned, it kind of dispels the randomness of the comparative method. It's based on sound laws. Laws are definitely established. Using math equations and laws and rules is what gives it its validity. If you can establish these the regularity in sound laws, then you can go from there to prove genetic relationships. So I think that's very good.
And Brother Sanjeti says he explains that the languages are not random, exactly. And one of the things I like, he didn't mention it in these terms, but basically what he's arguing is, for the, in essence, the the two types of methods in terms of quantitative and qualitative. And so what he's saying is that, you know, when he says it's quasi-mathematical, in essence what he's saying is that it's a quantitative field of study. And so you're looking for there's, you know, variables that you can equate to numbers and things of this nature where you can establish regularity in terms of percentages and statistics. I know he probably won't get that deep into the linguistics, but it is, you know, a major component of, you know, this study of the relatedness of languages. And so it looks like he's trying to come back, and so we're just killing time while he is getting everything together.
Hello?
I'm trying. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Do you hear me again?
Welcome back.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
It's all good. See, this is why I had to get that. I think what happened with you is what was happening with me, with my with my, how should I say, webcam. And so for some reason with Google, when you switch into the share mode, it starts confusing something, and then the mic goes. And so you may for the future have to invest in an external mic. You know, if you're going to switch between, because this happened to me last week with when I went to switch screens, and then I'll talk and then it would go out. But we'll try it again, and so, you know, whenever you're ready, you know, we'll go.
I think if we can just explain where he left off, as far as on our end, I think you had showed the slide, and you were going into what do you say, the how the French doesn't like the ending consonants, and you could have you show Latin, but in order to show the last consonant in French, you had to go to the Old French, but you could very well just stick with the French you're using. I think that's pretty much where you kind of left off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you want me to go back to the slide dealing with Old French?
No, yeah, wherever you left off, that table that you were on is good.
Okay. So let's just go back to this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see? Do you see it?
It looked like it went back to the first slide.
Okay. Sorry.
You can also use your arrow keys to go through the slides more quickly in PowerPoint.
Yes.
So just use your arrows, like your right and left arrows. So use your right arrow. That's one of the things we have to contend with, is the technology and its hiccups.
Yeah. I'm still seeing the first slide.
Yeah. Are you there, Brother Mboli?
Yeah,
if you are speaking, we can't hear you. Brother Mboli, if you can hear us, exit out of the sharing feature. real quick. I think I have a solution for you.
Yeah, he may have cut out.
Hopefully it didn't freeze. I'm not seeing his mouse move.
He probably dropped out and has a delay. He may have to come back in.
What I want him to do is send me the PowerPoint, and then I can share it on my screen and not have to worry about him talking. So I can keep it on. I can keep it on the screen and just have him talk.
See, yeah, he dropped out.
Yeah. And so I think it's the European hegemonic white supremacy devil spirits trying to interrupt the conversation. The spook, the mainstream Egyptological spook spirit is trying to interrupt the conversation.
Egyptology forbidding it.
You know.
The Afro.
We will prevail in this conversation. So hopefully he'll come back again. So yeah.
This is important. This is important because when we try to talk about languages to the average person, there's a lot of assumptions there, you know, and these assumptions prevent people from really understanding. So I think this is very necessary, you know.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to open my Microsoft Power Office. I get off and open. He's coming in. PowerPoint. All
right.
Do.
Welcome back.
Brother Mboli, this is what I'm gonna have you to do. Can you hold on?
I have a headset. Maybe I need to use it.
You have an external mic?
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Ah, okay. So we can work with this.
Okay. If you can, just in case, if this doesn't work for some reason, just email me your PowerPoint. I will share your PowerPoint, and then you you know, can just talk while, you know, I share the screen, and you would just say next, and I would go to next, you know, and things of that nature. So if this doesn't work, then that'll be an alternative.
Okay,
so
this is the best method.
Oh boy.
Just I have to add copy. Sorry. Just a moment. Okay. It's a little bit long.
And for Brother Sanjeti, your mic is unmuted. So you may need to go into your settings again. I'm speaking to Sanjeti. And select your mic. But go ahead, Brother Mboli.
Yes, I'm uploading the files. So it's a bit long.
Sorry, I noticed that there's quite a few people watching on the live stream, and I know that your YouTube channel, in the settings, you could open up the box if someone else may have some questions or something.
I don't know how to do that.
Yes, it's inside the Google. It's inside the YouTube settings, whatever your channel settings are.
Oh, okay.
So it's not on the Hangout settings. It's actually on the YouTube actual channel settings.
Okay. Well, I will see what I can do.
Matter of fact, I'll put the link. I'll put the link to it in the chat box.
To where I can change the settings, or just to where I'm live.
And I'm gonna put the link that actually shows you what to click on. I'll put it in the chat box so I won't interrupt.
Whenever you're ready, Mboli, we'll be quiet.
Yeah, I just sent you the document.
You sent me the document? Okay, hold on.
Yes, check all your email box, please.
Okay, I got it.
It's 3 mega.
Okay, I'm clicking it. I think it's trying to open in my browser. Hold on one sec. For the listening audience, we apologize for the delay. But as we said, the anti-knowledge spirits is trying to interrupt our flow. And so I just clicked on it. It should be downloading now. It's only 5.1 megabytes, so it's not that big. Okay.
Did you receive the email?
I'm sorry?
Did you receive the email?
Yes, I received the email, so I just downloaded it, and now it's trying to open now.
Okay.
Hopefully, I have all the fonts that you need. So, okay. So I guess I'm gonna switch to me, and I'm gonna share my screen. So I'm just gonna do entire screen, share, hide that, present to everyone, and so that means I can't do the Google Hangout thing, Brother Uja, because I can't switch screens. If I switch screens, then while he's talking, so but I'll go back here. And so where were we at? Languages over time. We were here. So slideshow. Current slide. Can y'all see?
Yes.
Brother Mboli, can you see it?
Yes, yes, okay.
All right.
So let's go. I was just speaking about the reason I have chosen to add Latin beside French. Okay. So the reason is that French loses its final consonant, so that for the reason of comparison with English, I need to introduce the Latin ancestor. But it is possible to go around, to work around this by dealing with other forms of the related word. For example, pied, the foot, we can use the related adjective to retrieve the D, the final D, because there is suffixes added to the root, and this restore the final D. So all these roots are basic words. Okay, so they are suitable to comparison. We must start from such list to establish our sound laws, not list based on sophisticated word like script, religion, and the like. Okay. This is the basic procedure to follow for a comparatist. Next slide, please. So here are the laws you can extract from this list. Okay, and you can check with new words that these laws hold for many other words in English and in French. First of all, you can notice that English F corresponds to French P. Okay, we have father in English and we have père P in French. So FP, we could find it here, FP, foot, and pied. Latin said ped. You could retrieve it here also in final position in the word wolf. French said loup. You lose the final P in French because French doesn't like final consonant, as you know. It is a very characteristic feature of French. But in Latin, you retrieve the P. Lupus for wolf. And this is a mathematical law. Each time you have F in English, in basic word, you should have P in French. Otherwise, there are no relativeness. Second, you have TH, that is to say, the sound th or the in English. This we can check it here in father, th, father. We have pater in Latin, or paternel. If you choose to use an adjective, you have paternel in French, which means paternal. Okay, but the French word has lost the T. You have also mother, Ch, T. You have brother also. Many other tooth, for example. We have in English tooth, and this corresponds to dent, dent in French, and in Latin dent. The root is dent. You retrieve the T in Latin, but French disliking final consonant misses the final T. We say in French dent, but with the adjective we have dental. What you say in English dental, okay? And you have such law. You can verify everywhere. Look at this one, the number 5. You have horn, which corresponds in French to corn. Same meaning, same meaning.
Your volume went out again.
C, K, corn. Okay. It's the same thing. Heart, it corresponds to cœur, cord. And you have also G. When you have T, this is the law number 4. When you have T in English, you have G in French. You see it here for tooth, but you see also here in two and deux, duo, deux, which means two. Even here, French having lost the final G for the same reason. And all along this, you can set up many regular laws. And these laws are fully respected in any root genetically inherited from the protolanguage. This is the prerequisite. If you don't succeed to write down this kind of equation linking English to French based on basic vocabulary, you could not prove the genetic relatedness. You need to do so. If you fail, you don't prove anything. Mm-hmm. But here I succeed. You see that I succeed. The first step is okay for me. N corresponds to N, and you can find it here. W in English corresponds to V in French, and to V in Latin, but V in Latin is in fact W. W, W in Latin. It is pronounced like this, W, like in English. So you have will, and the French is vouloir, and it corresponds to well in Latin. Worm corresponds to vermis in Latin, and ver in French, and the like. So everything is consistent to everything. You know, you see kind of consistency, no exception. And if you find some exception, you need to explain them. You know, everything needs to be explained fully. For example, let us take this word 7. It corresponds to French to set, Latin septem. French in pronunciation has lost the P because it is final. But in English, in Latin, you retrieve it septem. So you have V in English, and you have P. What about the law number 1? In fact, it is easily explainable by the position of the word in English. In English, this consonant is in an intervocalic position between two vowels, and being into two vowels, it is in a weak position. So it assimilates to the vowels. It becomes voiced. Whereas in the law, it is voiceless. It is a voiceless consonant. F. It becomes voiced due to its intervocalic position. So this is a phenomenon you can explain phonetically. Okay? And besides this, even though you are not able to explain this, you can set up another list of words, creating a new law where you have V in intervocalic position corresponds systematically to P in French or in Latin. And in doing so, you doesn't need to give any explanation, phonetics and the like. You just need to set up and to show the series of correspondences, and it is sufficient to prove relativeness. This is the force behind the comparative method. You extract laws and you done with the things. Okay. Any comment about this? Yeah? No?
I don't have any. I don't know if the other brothers do, but I'm familiar with this. So.
This is pretty straightforward. This is good.
Okay. Next slide. So, having made this list and having extracted all these laws, you can now go to reconstruction. And as you know, reconstruction is not the objective. You prove relativeness by setting up the equation. We have 11 equations here. You can set up many others, but this is the necessary path you need to go through, not the reconstruction, because reconstructions, protoforms, and the like are things which need constantly to be updated with the introduction, the taking into account of new elements from new languages. When you add new languages to this list, not only French and English, but if you add, for example, Greek or Sanskrit, your reconstruction will be better. So this is only provisionary things. This is provisional. So don't focus on reconstruction. The only thing which matters is the equation you see here in the sum laws you see here in on the right, not the reconstruction. Reconstruction is only a kind of a shortcut to these laws you see here on the right. For example, I can reconstruct pater as the ancestor, the common root that evolved into father in English and pater in Latin. But it is just a shortcut to this set of equation. I have star. We put star before in front of the reconstructed to justly signify that they are no attested proof of that. It is just reconstruction. So P is just a shortcut to equation 1. You know, nothing else. It's just this shortcut. And is to equation 2. And R is just a shortcut to equation 7. Nothing else. Okay? Because we are not able to determine the true value of the sound in the proto-language. We need to be serious. Okay? And by the way, we can infer that the vowel in between is A and E. By comparison, this seems okay, but we have no proof of this. Just because we have A in both languages, we have A in English, father, and we have A in Latin or in French, paternel, pater. So we can conclude the simplest way to do things is to say in the proto-language it should be A as well. That means A in fact, and A, E, as you pronounce E between T and R, but we know nothing about it. We need to add new element. And by the way, when many other languages are taken into account, for example, if you add Greek, Sanskrit, Old High German, and the like, you will find out that, in fact, in place of the A, you don't have A. You don't have a vowel. You have a laryngeal. Type 2, H2, laryngeal. This laryngeal is in fact coloring the preceding vowel into A, because it is A coloring, as we say in Indo-European linguistics. So you think protoforms are provisional, and do not focus on this to prove relativeness. We need to set up equations, and all these protoforms I have reconstructed are only provisional because they are only a shortcut to the relevant equation I write down here. That the thing that matters is the equation, not the protoform. The protoform is a simplification, a shortcut to the equation you see here. So this is a algebraic method to prove relativeness. We have algebra here. You know, well is this, and you know that I have this space here to mark the fact that I lack equation for this. Okay, for the vowel. Here also I lack equation. I need to set up the equation in order to be correct, to be fully correct. So there are a lot of things to do after that, a lot of things to completely arrive to the complete form of the proto-language, the proto-word. And even so, it is not the final answer. Things evolve continuously. Okay, next slide, please. After doing this, we can move on and try to figure out how grammar functions. Because up to now, we have demonstrated that the sound of the language evolve according to laws. We have just established the sounds. We have set up sound laws. But what about grammar? What about morphology? Morphology is the way of forming words. Okay, for example, how you form masculine word, how you form plural out of singular form, and the like. How you conjugate verbs. This is morphology, and morphology need to be dealt with in the same framework. You have to set up regular rules. You have to set up rules between the two languages. This is the issue. This is the outcome of the comparison. And I take the example of the formation of plural in both languages. You can find that both in English and in French, the singular, the plural form is obtained by adding a final S to the singular form. Okay? And you need to be rigorous. You need to do so with the basic root you just used previously while establishing the sound laws. The same word. You have now to go to pick up other words such as like internet or jogging or I don't know. The same word you have used to establish your sound laws, you need to deal with this very same word in order to see how plural are obtained. Okay, so we deal with this. We have S in English and we have also S in French. Okay, so we conclude that we have an alternation between singular and plural in English and in French the same way. Singular is 0, that means nothing to add, and when you pass to plural, you need to add S in final position in the root of the thing. So this is a rule, a morphological rule. We establish it firmly, and we need. This is a proof of relativeness, of genetic relativeness. But in order to do so, we need to previously establish our sound laws in order to prove that S in English is equivalent to S in French. We see this previously in our sound laws. I think if Asa could go back, we can determine that English S correspond to French S. Okay, thank you. Rule number 3. Okay? So, if you go back to the next slide, we can see that we have the very same morpheme S to form the plural, and we safely could posit star S as the morpheme of plural in the proto-language, because first of all it respects the sound law number 5, I think, relating S in English and S in French. Number 3, sorry. And secondly, we see that it corresponds to the plural. It has the same function in both languages, the formation of the plural. So this is a new proof of relativeness, of genetic relativeness. But I raise a question, a very important question for us who are studying African languages. As you know, African languages are not written languages up to recently. Okay? So, here, you do know that in French does not like final consonant. Okay? So, this S, this final S is no longer pronounced in French. In singular, we say pair, but in plural, we say also pair. we don't like final S, final consonant. So, if we study French without the text of the language, we are not able to establish this relationship, because we retrieve the S only by the writing of the word. Okay? But in real world, there is no writing. If you take the case of African languages, there is no writing. This final S in French has disappeared long ago, but it persists in the script, and this helps Indo-Europeanists to make easily the comparison. We don't have this possibility in African languages, and this is why I ask, how can we prove and retrieve this S in French? There are other ways. I fully developed this method in my book. There are a lot of workarounds. First of all, if there is no written document in French, we have to deal with the other form of the plural in French. We do know that French has article, definite article, for example. You have the definite article le. For the singular, we say le père, the father. This corresponds to English, the father, le père. But in the plural, we say les pères, les, not le, les pères. Yeah, they are the same thing. There is a slight difference. The fathers in French is translated by les pères. No final S, but in the preceding definite article, we say les, not le. Okay? And if you have, suppose that your word begin not with a consonant, but with a vowel. For example, the child in French, we say enfant. It begins with a vowel, enfant. So the singular is l'enfant. If you use the article le enfant, but you have a contraction, the vowel of the article le vanished in contact with the vowel beginning the word enfant. So we say l'enfant in one word. But what about the plural? About the plural, we say les enfants, les enfants. What do you understand? In singular, we say l'enfant, le enfant. It is a contraction of le enfant. But in plural, we say les enfants, les enfants. You understand a kind of S sound, isn't it? Les enfants. There is a liaison. Les enfants. So the S which completely disappear in the article, while the root, the noun begins with a consonant, reappear in this case when you deal with vowel, les enfants, because the S has been restored because it is in intervocalic position. It is not in a final position. When you say les pères in spoken French, you say les pères at first. Les pères. Les pères. And the S of les pères is in final position, okay, of the syllable. So it disappears following the law you know about French. It doesn't like final consonant. Les pères disappear and it become les pères. But when you have vowel, you say les enfants, les enfants. Okay? You have les, L-I-S, and enfant begin with vowel, weak sound, not consonant. So S is not in final position because it is in contact not with a consonant but in a vowel, with a, and so it doesn't need to disappear following the law in France. Okay? So you have les enfants. But there is another law in French that tells us that if you have a S in intervocalic position, it changes to Z, to Z. This is why we say liaison and not liaison, because the S of liaison is intervocalic, it is between two vowels. So it's changed into Z sound. This is the same thing here. So we can safely conclude that in French, somehow there is a S sound, which is the formative of the plural, and it exists in the article. It no longer exists in the root itself, but in the related article, it is there. By the way, you could also, even in the root itself, you could, by the phenomenon of liaison, you could retrieve it. If you have to translate, for example, the phrase father and mother into French, you say père et mère in singular. But if you want to translate the sentence fathers and mothers into French, you have to say pères et mères, pères et mères. You know, you make the liaison there, pères et mères. This means that there are occurrence of a kind of S sound between père and mère, you know. And the only explanation is that père normally in the past ends with S sound, and because S sound, this S sound is in between two vowels, it turned out to be Z. This is why we say père et mère. And this way we can retrieve. It is very hard, you know, it's very hard work to do to retrieve this S without the script. And in African languages, we are in this situation. We must be very, very rigorous in order to retrieve the past of these languages. It is very difficult to do so. So we have to be very careful. This is why when people building up Afro-Asian, Afro-Asiatic, Niger Congo, and they come with things, they prove nothing. Because things to be proved, you need to be more rigorous than Indo-Europeanists.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Indo-Europeanists are already very rigorous, but we need to be more rigorous than them. Because the languages we dealing with are not written, and the history of these languages, the interaction, and so on, are very strong, very long. No? So things are very difficult, and this is why we need rigor to go forward. So we have this correspondence. Anyway, we have another correspondence here in the morphological level, which is very telling. You have this alternation in English. You say, for the cardinal number one, you say one, okay? And for the ordinal, the corresponding ordinal number, you say first, isn't it? One on the one side and first on the other side for the ordinal. We have exactly the same thing in French, but respecting the
respecting
yes, but respecting the respecting the law we have previously established. So one in English corresponds to un in French. This is pronounced un. As you know, un was pronounced un previously because you have a u sound here. You, un. This corresponds to o here, one, and you retrieve the n here. Okay, so this is the same thing. We have the correspondence. There is a law linking n in French, in English, with n in French. We have this somewhere in the previous slide. And because French doesn't like final consonant, this n is no longer pronounced in French. But it is still present because it nasalizes the preceding vowel. This is why we say un with a nasal feature, un. Okay, so this denotes the presence of n somewhere, and by the phenomenon of liaison, we still can retrieve this n in case it is we don't have the script. For example, if you say un père, one father, you say un père. But with the phenomenon of liaison, you say un enfant, un enfant. Yeah, the n reappears, un enfant. So by this way, if you don't have any written document, by spoken French, you can retrieve the n. And here you can check by yourself that the first law, the first sound law, is fully respected. F in English in first position corresponds to P in French. You see here. This is why it is important to establish first the sound laws before switching to morphological correspondences. The phonetic correspondences need to be set up first because they function as a checker for the morphological correspondences that follow. Okay, so this is very telling. Such thing does not appear if the two languages are not genetically related. You know, it is very regular, very striking. But the equation is there. And also, you have grammatical particle here. Grammatical particle are important, but they need to follow the sound law we just established before. So we have no in English. This corresponds to no in French. Same thing. You have two n's here in French. Only one here, but you can retrieve the two n in English in this word. None. Okay? So same thing in both sides. Respecting the law we just established right before. And in correspond in French to n. We pronounce un because we have final thing, final n is no longer pronounced. And few. This is exactly the same thing in French. Few correspond to peu in French. This is the exact translation of this word, few. You could see that F corresponds to P. This is the law. this first law is not violated here. It is there. So everything is consistent with everything. And finally, I come to the formation of past participle, which is also a grammatical important feature. In English, you form this past participle by adding ed at the end of the verb. Okay? Mm-hmm. This is what you call preterite. Okay? Exactly, it is past participle, and this past participle ed, this particle forming the past participle, exists also in French in two forms or three. The first form is a. You know, for example, the verb tourner, er in the infinitive. To get the past participle, you just add a at the end, tourner. This corresponds to ed. And also with the verb of the third group in French, you could have the chi as well. For example, for the verb to cook, in the infinitive in French, we say cuire. But in past participle, we remove the air, the final air, which is a sign of the infinitive, and we replace it with chi, final chi. And we say cuit, quit. But as you know, French doesn't like final consonant, and we pronounce cuit simply. But in the writing, we have the chi. We have the chi. So this ed
You went out again.
So we can safely reconstruct in Proto-French, if I can express this as a fuse of E and T, and say that in Proto-French we have 8, something like 8 as the corresponding of this ed. And indeed, studying Latin, you can find that this A and this T come out from the Latin atus or ata. Mm-hmm. And this atus or ata evolved into A in French or T, depending on the form of the verb. And this atus, this Latin atus, correspond fully to English ed. Ed is the outcome of the thing, and we can prove this fully. But considering only English and French, we can make comparison and retrieve things simply, but by adding many elements. So this is the way genetic relativeness must be proved. And this is not sufficient. We have to do more and more such comparison in any level, in the form of what you deal with, the forms of abstract, many other things. Anything need to be reconstructed. And you need, first of all, to base your study, your analysis on the relationship and the equation of some laws you set in the first place. Next slide. So, having proved beyond a reasonable doubt that French and English are genetically related, because you know French and English, if they are daughters of a single language, this means that they are each a reflection of that proto-language. So they need to prove the link to the mother by themselves. I don't need to prove the genetic relatedness of English and French by appealing to German, for example, in the pretext that German is a Germanic language akin to English. So no, I need to use only English. It is supposed to be a daughter of Proto-Indo-European, so you have to come out with full element. I don't need to appeal to his brother to show things. I don't need to appeal to Spanish or to Portuguese to prove that French is related to English. No, French needs to come itself by its own element. Because if I appeal to Italian or to Spanish to prove the genetic relatedness of French with English, I am wrong. It is not correct, you know. So if you make comparison only with the language itself. This is the correct, rigorous way of doing things. And you need to know that there are a lot of borrowing, a lot of loan between languages in general, and between French and English in particular. You know, so you could be fooled by this borrowing beginning your comparison. Look at this. I have this list: English and French. You can see yourself that they are stretching relatedness, stretching parallel. Exactly the same word with the same meaning between English and French. Paternal, we say paternal. Dental, we say dental. Debt, we say debt in French. Turn, we say tourner. Beef, we say bœuf in French. Master, we say maître. Move, we say mouvoir. An Africanist, using the user method, could not hesitate 1 second to prove the relatedness, genetic relatedness between English and French based on this pattern, because they are too similar, you know. But in fact, all these are borrowing from French. All these words you see here are borrowed from French. And this is a case of more than 70% of English vocabulary. 70% of the English vocabulary came from French. The majority of the words you're using while speaking English came from French. Only a very small proportion, less than 30%, come from English proper and from its own ancestor. So this is why you have this word, and you can easily find that they are borrowed because they do not respect the equation we have set up together before with our some laws. You know, English P is not matched to French P in basic vocabulary. You know, P normally should correspond to F in English. It is not the case here. G in French should correspond to T. Okay, it is not the case here, nor here. So it is obvious this is a borrowing. Otherwise, you need to explain how English is constructed, its adjective out from a word which begins with F. How? There is no way to explain this. This paternal word will not come out of father. You know? Same thing for dental. It cannot come out of tooth or teeth. This is why you could notice borrowing. And you should also this show it very simply. You have to beware of likeness. If two words are too similar, this is not. You need to be prudent and careful about this. For example, you have the verb to have in English. This corresponds to French avoir, exactly the same meaning, and this corresponds in Latin to habere. You should have normally don't hesitate to say that they are genetically related, but you need to apply the laws. The same law we have just established. I ask you, if do you have English H correspond to French H or vowel? Either such some law there isn't. H do not correspond to H in English, do not correspond to H in French or in Latin. Nevertheless, we have them here. So the response is no, and the V in the vocalic position in English doesn't correspond to V in the same position in French or in Latin. Nevertheless, we have them here. This doesn't correspond to any sound law. So the two words are not genetically related. This is how we can decide if words are genetically related or not. They violate the sound laws. Even though they seem similar, they are not genetically related. Not at all. Okay? And the true correspondent of the English have is the French verb capter. Okay? To capture. Capture. Because to have is to capture. Okay? To seize. And you can say that the equation is fully respected. H in English corresponds to C in French. We just mentioned this. And V in intervocalic position corresponds to P in French. Okay, if you remind the word, if you remind the word 7, okay, in English, this corresponds to French, to the word sept. Sept. V in intervocalic position corresponds to P, and we have exactly the same thing here. So English have to have correspond to French capté. The two verb are both descendants of a same protoform. Okay, they are the same origin. This is two reflexes of the same word in the proto-language, because they respect the laws, and laws need to be respected in such cases. Next slide. So, having proved beyond the reasonable doubt that French and English are genetically related, we have to move quickly to the core of our subject, the demonstration of the genetic relatedness of Sango and Middle Egyptian. So, next slide. I have to do exactly the same thing as in English. Sango is my native language. You know, it is spoken in Central African Republic, which is my country of origin, and it is a country just north of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You know, Democratic Republic of Congo here, and my country is the CAR, the Central African Republic, with 5 million speakers of Sango, because in that country everybody speaks Sango, which is a vernacular language. It is known just since the end of 19th century, so very recently. We doesn't know its previous forms because there are no written documents. So, you know, it is difficult to make comparison, and this is why we need to be rigorous. We are not in the same situation as with French or English. No document at all. But it is the official language besides French of the country. And Middle Egyptian is far north. You know, this is the classical language of the Pharaonic period. You know that it is spoken far long away in the past, and its voice system is a noun, as you know. You also know that the sound noted A and capital A are of a noun value. We normally don't know. Like, we do know that this capital A sound is transcripted as R in Babylonian and in Akkadian by the time of Middle Egyptian. This is another aspect of a comparative method. You have to compare stages of languages. You have to choose only a stage of language in order to make your comparison. I mean, if you want to compare English with French, you don't have to compare present day English with a mix of present day French and Old French or Middle French or the like. You know, you have to choose. If you compare, if you want to compare English with French by choosing modern French, go ahead only with modern French. Don't mix it with Old French or Middle French or the other things. Only one stage of language at once. Okay? And the same thing for English. We compare French with modern English, or we compare French with Old English, or we compare French with Middle English. Not a mix of Middle English, Old English, and modern English. There's no sense. We have to be careful, rigorous, because if you mix things, they are confusion, because between Old French and modern French, you just have, I have show it extensively, there are a lot of difference. So you have to be careful. And in my comparison, I don't choose to deal with Coptic or late Egyptian or old Egyptian or the like. I choose a single stage of the Egyptian language. That is Middle Egyptian. And all my comparison is based on only with this. Because if it is genetically related to Sango, you need to come out with all the elements necessary. He doesn't need to the help of his brother or his sister or his father. By itself, it is sufficient. Okay, next slide. So I proceed the same way as for French and English. Only basic vocabulary words. Okay, only basic vocabulary words. The meaning are there in English. Okay, in two columns. So we have this sound ra, which corresponds to Sango la, iret corresponds to le, peret, etc., etc., etc. Okay, exactly the same meaning in both languages. Exactly the same meaning. So, could we see a kind of equation to be extracted? We could do it, and indeed there are equations. So if you go to the next slide, you could find them easily. What I found in this basic word is the following. The A sound in Egyptian, in Middle Egyptian, I call it Egyptian simply for convenience. It corresponds systematically to Sango A with this I tone. So in Sango, it is pronounced A. You know, the A sound bears I pitch, I tone. This is very important because when you deal with when you perform comparative method, you need to pay attention to detail. They are very, very, very important. So this A, this Egyptian A corresponds to A in Sango. A, I sound, I tone. You see it here, we see also here. in this verb. Aka. You see here, and you see in other instances, I have no place to put them. Secondly, the sound we call capital A in English, in Egyptian, correspond to A in Sango, but with low tone, not high tone, low tone. This sound A, not A, which is high tone, but A, because Sango is a three-tone language. There are three tones. A tone A here, low tone A here, and middle tone A. So this one corresponds to low tone A. You see here, you see also here, and you can see in many other instances. You have initial T, which corresponds to initial T. This is obvious, but you have this striking equation. Only by being very careful and by paying attention to detail, you can extract this. The final T, you can find it. The final T in Egyptian systematically correspond to A with high tone. This is why you have this diacritic on it, like the A just before. A tone, high tone. Iret, we say le, high tone. Peret, we say le, also high tone. And here, even though the word ketet, which means small, the final T is not the grammatical mark of the feminine, but it behave exactly like other final T. Its icon is also A here. Okay? And you have for the word for foot, geret, and in Sango we have geret, high tone. I don't, at this stage, I don't need to explain things. I just need to put the equation. The question is there, indisputable, and later you can explain how a T can turn into a vowel. You know, and we have other things here, which is obvious, and we have this striking equation as well, which is M in Egyptian in final position systematically correspond to O in Sango. M here, O here, M here, O here, M here, O here, and many other instances we have the same thing. Okay? Despite the fact that M and O are very different sounds. M is nasal consonant, and O is a vowel. But you have this relationship, indisputable. As you have here also, between final T and E. This needs to be explained. So by setting up these equations, we can pass the first step of the comparison. Sango and Middle Egyptian are on their way to be proved genetically related, isn't it? Because we have this equation based on basic vocabulary. You know, this is thing very basic. Sun, eye, grain, to do, nose, to compare, small, say no, a man, place, spirit, the like, you know. So, and even in this case, you have a striking double correspondence, because in both languages, the word mean both sun and day. This is a striking detail, you know. And by the way, in many other African, Negro-African languages, you have this same confusion. Sun and day are rendered by the same word. This is not the case in Indo-European languages, as you know. This is not the case in Semitic languages, as you know. This is a detail proper to this sort of languages. This is to be noted. Next slide, please. So, having set up the equations, we can move to grammatical level. And what I found is the following: how to form noun from verb in Egyptian and in Sango. Okay, how to form verbal noun. The same route I have dealt with previously. I use them here following this methodology we first established in the comparison with English and French. Use them again here, and what I found is that while you have to use a T final to get the verbal noun, okay, out of this verb, which means to go, to go out. So to go, you have peret. This means the nominal, the noun from this verb, okay, the going out. And idem for the verb to do. Its nominal form is eret with a final T, you know. And what we have in Sango is exactly the same. We have le with middle tone, a with middle tone, okay, which is the verb which corresponds to the verb per, le, okay. But the outcome, the nominal form is le with high tone, and this is the corresponding verb, the corresponding Sango verb. We have li, which corresponds to ir in Egyptian, but its nominal form is li, which means work, okay. And you notice that we have a high tone here in the vowel, whereas in the verbal form you don't have high tone. And the same thing could be noted for this verb. In Sango, we have the verb te, which means to eat, okay, and its nominal form is te, high tone, which means something food for short. So food, and we have te, this corresponds to Egyptian te, which mean bread, but unfortunately the corresponding verb is missing in Egyptian. But Sango restore all the mutation, the alternation. And here we have this is a morphological feature of Sango, which it is reflected in Egyptian. It is a regular law. So we can draw this correspondence law and say that when you go from verb to noun in Egyptian, you have to go from final I to final T, or 0 to final T. But in Sango, you have the correspondence. You have to go from 0 to high tone. And we just notice in our equation just before that final T correspond to Sango to high tone on the final vowel, to A. And we have exactly the same thing here in this morphological feature. This is very telling and proof that we are right. Sango and Egyptian are on their way to be genetically related. And by the way, you have here some grammatical particles which are exactly the same. And in English, in Egyptian, correspond to na. In Sango, this means two. And we have henna. In Egyptian, is that correspond to na, the same word as above, which means with or along with, the like. You see that using this comparison is important because even today, people speaking Sango continue to think that this is the same word. They think that na meaning two is the same word that na meaning with. But by this comparison, you can notice that in fact they come out from two different languages, two different words. This na come from henna, correspond to ena in Egyptian, and this na correspond to this n. Not the same. You have also the same word for bottom. We have the same word for word top. So everything is consistent, and you can notice the loss of initial capital H dotted H here and here, and the replacement of R with L, because there's another rule in Sango, a synchronic rule. That means that any no word in Sango can start with R. Instead, it needs to be to start with L. So it is not possible to spell this ri. Sango cannot pronounce this. It pronounced li because in initial position R need to be pronounced L, and in final in intervocalic position there is no L, there are only R. But with some exception, you could also have L, but in rule, R is a sound which is in intervocalic position. And in initial position, instead you have L. So all these things are fully explainable. This is why you have here in place of expected R, you have L. This is due to a synchronic rule of Sango. And look at this, how we form abstract noun out of adjective or noun. In Egyptian, we add the word meaning place, bou or set. Okay? From Nefer, we have bou Nefer, which means the good. From bin, which means bad, we have bubin, which the evil, and the like. And here we have ro, which means worm. It also means mouth. And
your sound went out again.
We have set R. Sorry?
Yeah, your sound went out again, but you're back. So go ahead.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the way we form abstract noun out of concrete noun. And Sango does exactly the same thing. You know, se, which means place, is exactly the same word as set, which means place in Egyptian. You know that the equation is that Egyptian S corresponds to Sango S. And you have this famous equation we just established. Final T corresponds to high tone in Sango. We have it here. You know, this is why the work I just made before is necessary before coming to grammatical matters. And this is why we have here lo, which means word, which is the equivalent of R in Egyptian. And we have setlo, which means exactly the same thing as set ro in Egyptian. Okay? So Sango is exactly the same thing as Middle Egyptian. Exactly the same thing. The same way of forming abstract noun out of actual word. And this last correspondence is very, very, very striking. It definitely proves the genetic relatedness. So this Ndo word, this word here, which means place in Sango, normally it corresponds to Egyptian demi, GMI, which means quarter, city in Middle Egyptian. And you see that the M, the final M, turn into O in Sango. We just established this in another equation just above. Okay, so both in phonetic ground and in morphological ground, grammatical, Sango and Egyptian are genetically related. And I didn't appeal to any other language other than Sango to prove this. Only Sango by its own force is implied in the comparison. The same thing for Egyptian. I didn't appeal to Coptic or to late Egyptian or the like. Only the language is sufficient to do so. Next slide. So after setting up the equations, we can proceed to reconstruction. But reconstruction are provisional, as you know. Okay, with the inclusion of new languages, we have to improve them. It is a work in progress. So, for example, I have added this word, boy, based on the 6 languages I compared in my book. We come to the conclusion that the form of the word meaning woman or mother is like this. Huingwa. This is because there is a correspondence law linking this dotted H to H in Coptic, as you know, and in H in Somali, H in Sango, H in Hausa, in some instances. But there are also another equation linking Egyptian dotted H to Sango V and to Zande V and the like, and to take all these facts into account, you need to assume that the origin sound is a labelized version of a velar fricative. This is why it turned into V in Sango and in Zandi. V is a labial sound, and you have this final M, which is equivalent in Sango with O or W, because O and W, Wu, are similar, the same thing in Sango, and you see them here, Wa or O here correspond to this M, and you have here a high tone in this. This corresponds to the final Chi, the mark of the feminine in Egyptian. So this is why we reconstruct this, and this sound here, this complicated sound here, is here only to take in account this M Egyptian corresponding to O or to W in Sango, and to other matter there. So this is why we reconstruct here, because starting from this, we can explain this form. We can explain also the form of the Sango and the like, but it is not fully necessary. By the way, this word fully explain all the form you have here. If you go through the slide, we understand how it is necessary to posit this. And the word for small Based on all this and with the regularity, the equation linking the different words I fully set up in the book, you come out to the conclusion that this word for small is something like quantity, knowing that everything is provisional in matter of reconstruction. We have ketet in Egyptian, qui in Coptic, kete in Sango, and like koti in Egyptian, in Zande, and Hausa, put, etc. So here it is interesting. Here we have reconstructed 3 words, 3, not 1, 3 words meaning nose. This is important. We have hunti, reconstructed based on Egyptian and Sango. You notice the high tone here, expression of this finality. You have unse in Zande, anchi in Hausa. All this lead to hunti, nose. We have also this one, hunti, which means also nose, based on Egyptian phonetic, in Sango fen, etc. Finally, we have also this one, which also means nose, based on these languages. For example, Somali san, nose. So why? Why in a same language? Because the ancestor of all these languages is supposed to be a language. How in a single language you have 3 forms, 3 words to explain such basic word, nose. It is not necessary. And in fact, by reconstruction, by comparison of the grammar of this proto-language, come out in the conclusion that the very fundamental root is hun, something like hun, and you have only a suffix, a form of suffix ti, which has been lexicalized, and you have a prefix qui, which is also lexicalizing, and this is why this qui evolved into 3 different things. Qui, when not present, or when it vanishes, it gives the previous form in one dialect, and when it turns into a labial sound like p or f, it gives the second thing in another dialect, and when it turns out into a palatal ki, then chi, then si, it gives the third one, sunti. Okay, and such observations are indications that in the proto-language itself there were dialects. You cannot explain this otherwise. There are dialects in the proto-languages. In Negro-Egyptian, you have at least 3 dialects fused into one during the time of the interaction, and then it separates into Egyptian, Sango, Zande, Hausa, Somali, and bringing the trace of each of the 3 pre-dialects. Okay, And so we have other reconstructed things here. You can see them, and if you have questions about them, you could ask later. Next slide. So I have here, based on all the job done, painful job made in demonstrating and reconstructing the proto-language, I come to this conclusion that there are stages of the proto-language itself, and it begins with what I can archaic Negro-Egyptian, which is a bisyllabic language with 2 syllables, and which evolve into 3 branches, and then it evolved in this one, and finally from this last stage of the proto-language, we have 2 branches from which come out Hausa, Zande, Middle-Egyptian on the one hand, Coptic, Sango, Somali on the other hand. And people usually ask me, how do you come to this chart to reconstruct stages of proto-language? Why? How? And the answer is simple. I didn't preconceive the chart. I didn't establish it prior to the analysis. This is a summary of the comparison of all these languages and many others. They are genetically related, and this is a bottom-up work. I started from the languages, I compared them with each other. It led me to what I call post-classic Negro-Egyptian, okay, with this feature, and back to the language, to the languages, the actual languages here. I isolate this characteristic which separate in the phonetic level Hausa, Zande, Middle-Egyptian on one hand, and Coptic, Sango, Somali in the other hand. I will explain this fully later, but this is not coincidence, this is not imagination, this is the logical and natural outcome of the analysis I perform in the book. Okay, I come to this, and I will explain it later. Normally, the comparative method restore only this stage of the language, and these 2 branches, this all story before the post-classic Negro-Egyptian need to be explained, and it is in fact related to some events, some relationship within the actual languages. We see this. I am forced to introduce Kweke group and Kekwe group because of things I observe here in each of these languages. No? And we see this later. Next slide. To explain things, how I come to this conclusion, let us discuss an actual example, a known example. Okay? Suppose that English and German were not written up to now. Suppose that there is no written document at all in Europe, and we have only the current stages of the two languages. Excuse me. English and German. I have set up this dual entry table to explain things. We have 5 examples of a pair of English-German words. In 2 separate columns. We have father. In the left column, we have father, which corresponds to German Vater. We have foot, which corresponds to German Fuß, same meaning. We have head, which corresponds to German Haupt. I don't know how to pronounce it. Haupt. And we have English hemp, which corresponds to German Hanf, which means hemp. I'm speaking about the grass. Some people use to distract themselves. And finally, we have the verb to have, which corresponds to German haben, inherited words. But in the second column, what we have is corresponding to father, we have word paternal. Corresponding to vater, for the German, we have pater, which seem the same thing, but in a religious science of father, priest, like, So, same thing. For foot, we have pedal, which is in the same semantic field, pedal. Same thing in German, pedal. And we have cup, which means cup, a cup in English. This corresponds to German Kopf, which means head. And the semantic link between cup and Kopf is given by French. The word tête, which means head in French, actually comes from a word meaning cup, testa, cup. Same thing in Italian. So there is a semantic link between cup and head in this region of the world. People relate cup and head. And we have also cannabis in front of hemp in English. Same thing in German. Okay? And here, in place of have, we have capture. It is a French, an English word. Okay? Capern, which means capture, to capture, which is a German word. So, we have 2 sets of words. In the first set, the left column, it seems to have basic word because it's very basic. In the second, you have not so basic word, but the same semantic. Okay, same thing. And in this first column, the first set, what you have fricative sounds. Okay. In initial position, you have F, V, F, H, which is fricative. You have them here. And in the second column, what we have is the corresponding plosive. Okay, strong. A plosive is stronger than a fricative. So in place of F, we have P. In place of V, we have P, etc. You know, so we can establish equation here between English and German. In this first column, we can establish genetic relatedness between English and German only based on this in the first place. Okay, we have phi, v, etc. Okay, and this is the way we prove genetic relatedness of English and German, by the way. But we still have this second column that need to be explained. Why we have P here in both languages and K sound here, because this is a K sound. See, like a K here in place of H, fricative, plosive, fricative, plosive, fricative, plosive, fricative, plosive. In one hand, we have fricative. In the other column, we have the corresponding plosive. Why? How could you explain this partitioning, this division? Why words in both languages are arranged in this way? There is no way to form paternal from father, to form curve from head, to form cannabis from hemp. Why we have this? The simple way to explain this is to suppose that there are two dialects in the origin of English and German, and both dialects have interacted during a certain time and then give birth to English and German, and English and German retain both things. There is no other way to explain this table, no other way but to assume that they are at the origin of the English and German, two dialects interacting with each other. You could not do otherwise. So, next slide, we see that indeed history teaches us that indeed there are two dialects in the origin of these two languages. We have, first of all, the Proto-Germanic, the Germanic, which is the substrate, the base, the language of origin. We can tell this because of the fact that we have basic roots here, basic usage in this column. This is Germanic. Proof is here. And above this come Latin and its own dialect, which interacted historically to this Germanic substrate and introduced this series of words in supplement of the word already existent in English and in German. And as a result, when you see the current day form of the language, you will see this. If you pay attention, this is a proof that there are two dialects, the Germanic as a substrate and Italic, namely Latin, as a superstrate. And this superstrate come as, if you go far with new data, you could find that this is a dialect of the same proto-language, because the two languages are genetically related. You could find that here with the equation. You have this equation here and here, here and here, here, that prove that English and German are related, give Germanic, but you have here and here, here and here, here and here. This proves that there's another proto-language here which interact here. History tells us that this is the case. We have this event, the Latin has brought its element onto the Germanic and introduces word of civilization. Can say this, okay? Because all word for civilization in these two Germanic languages came from Latin. Script, school, state, and the like. We find that all these terms come from this side, not from this. So this teaches you something on the story of these people, even though you didn't have any written document. This is why it is important to carefully study languages. And by the way, this is a proof that Germanic people at that time were less advanced in the path of civilization, but Italic people, Latin people. And this is those Latin people coming from the south that introduces civilization to Germanic people. And even if you have in the 30s some mustached guy thinking that Germanic people are superior or the best in the path of civilization, you have the proof here that it is the contrary. All the elements of civilization came from the south, from Latin, and imposed onto Germanic people. Linguistics show this clearly, and this is the way we have to proceed in African languages, as we have no written document. Next slide, please. So here is the same thing I did from our African languages. I came to the same conclusion by analyzing this, that we have two group of language. We have Kweke-1 and we have Kekwek-1. This is only denomination. I have to note that the Kwe sound, which is a labiovelar, can turn into, historically can turn into Ku, Ke, KP as in Sango or in Zande, Ke. Okay, you pronounce K and P at the same time, Ke. ciKam gave, turn into G, P, B, F, M, even Ngu, W, and the K sound can remain K, can into T when palatalized, T, G, S, N, R, L, all these things. You have to bear this in mind. So I compare, I have set this with a certain number of African languages. Notice that each language needs to manifest itself by itself. The Ngala language, which is a Bantu language, did not need isiZulu or Luganda or Bassa to manifest itself. Only itself need to be taken into account. So same thing for Zande and etc. In the first example, the first item, we have the Ngala, Lingala or Bangala, the Egyptian.
Your volume went out again.
Sorry?
Your volume had went out again, but you're good again. So you have to repeat what you said just lastly.
I say that if you take the first example, we have in Ngala Kuni, which means rich, which is genetically related to the Egyptian Quen, which mean to be complete, okay? To be complete or to be full. It's the same semantic field, and it corresponds to Sango Kono, which means to be big, okay? And we also have this homonymy, Koni, in firewood, and in Egyptian we have the word which means fire. So you know, the same thing. And in this column you have things in the same semantic field. Kama, which means 100. 100 it is big, you know. And in Egyptian you have kem, which means to be complete, okay. And it means also black, which is related to this word fire, okay. Fire and black are genetically are semantically related, because fire give coal. Coal is black, okay. So in Sango you have Kwe, which correspond to Kem or Kama, okay. Notice the M, the final M here, and the O here, or the U, which means complete. The semantic rule is here. Okay, and we have also qua, which means hair. And as you know, Sango speaking people are black people, and black people are black hair. When you speak about hair, speak about color, black. Okay. So only this single example show that Bantu, Egyptian, and Sango inherited two sets of words. Okay. The first one, you have a labiovelar first, and then you have a velar and its outcome, like nasal. Here you have a nasal. The labiovelar is first, que, followed by the velar, k. Whereas here we have the opposite. We have the labiovelar, we have the velar first, k, and then we have the labiovelar here. It seems things have reversed. The same thing is observed in this second example. You can check this. You have the labiovelar first, and the velar and its outcome is here second. In this column, you have the reverse. The velar que here, and the labiovelar then, etc., etc. You know, you have the same thing here in the third example, and even here in the fourth example. You have iba, which means dance. This is only a lexical prefix, so the root is ba. V and L, and this is a L sound, or R sound, because it is sometimes rounded by R. And here you have the reverse, and you have complete parallel in Hausa. Bari, here, B, this, R. Trembling is dancing in African semantic. Okay, the word for dancing is the same in many languages, the same word as the word for trembling. This is the case in Sango and in Zande. When you tremble, you dance by trembling. And you have this word rawa, which means dance, which is a complete correspondent of this word. How to explain this? And you can set many other examples here which correspond to this separation. In the first column, you will have que first and k. Then in the second column, you will have k first and que later. How to explain? You could not explain by saying that there is a metathesis in Egyptian or in Bantungala or in Iraq. Metathesis cannot occur simultaneously in all these languages. It is impossible. Okay? It is absolutely impossible that a metathesis occurring in one language occur also in another language in the same situation, and in other language, etc., etc. What this table shows is that if metathesis occur, it has occurred in the protolanguage itself, not in its daughters. But if you move the problem up to the protolanguage, you have to explain how you have a systematic switch of syllable in any word. There are so different words, and in each case you have switching. Why there are such metathesis in such scale in this proto-language? It is not possible to explain things only by by metathesis. They should have a mechanism which explain best the fact that in one situation you have a certain order, and in the other situation you have the complete opposite. And this is dialect. You can only explain this by positing two dialects in the proto-language itself. And this is not an invention. This is coming out of this table, which is based on real, actual languages. You know, Kweke and Kekwe come out of this table. This is the best way to explain this table. Any other explanation is not credible, because its probability is too low, close to zero. Only by positing two dialects you can explain the table. This is why I came to the conclusion that prior to the Negro-Egyptian language itself, what I call the post-classic Negro-Egyptian, they were dialect, two main dialects, and moving on, studying how we came to this situation of switching syllable, taking into account other grammatical feature we have in this proto-language. This is mean in the actual languages. I move up again and close to the complete chart you see above. This is still the comparative method applied this time to not to two single languages, but using dual entry table. Okay, next. So this is not so clear, but here I try to explain. You could check this later to run there. How we have after the post-classic language, we have separation between Berber branch and Bear branch. This the form you see here. Okay, we have two columns. The Bere look at, you could notice that you have no final consonant in the word. There are no words with final consonant. Whereas here, you have only word in final consonant. And this is explainable by the form of the suffix being attached to the root. It's fully explainable here. I try also to render here the phonetic value of the Middle Egyptian form, but as you know, this is provisional. It needs more and more work in order to come to a complete image of the sound. But what you need to know is that Middle Egyptian do not have final consonant. We have like Zande and Hausa, because as I have established in the book, the vertical stroke is in fact a phonetic sign. Okay, a phonetic sign will denote vowel, a kind of O vowel. Okay, it is not about depicting the actual object. There are many instances where you have this sign in word which is nothing to do with the depicting image. For example, the word sa, S capital A, which means sun, it is often written with the deck and the stroke, and no other thing, no other sign around. No man, no seated man, only the deck and the vertical stroke. What does this mean? If this means that it depicts the deck, no. It depicts it means the sun, a person. So this is not a sign depicting the object. It is a vowel, and this vowel, in fact, came to depict something because somehow it functions as a grammatical function. Okay, it is an instrument suffix O, like you can have in actual language like Zande or Soma or Hausa and like. It is an instrument suffix or an adjunct suffix, and it is put there for this reason. For this reason, this is why you could find it here for the sun, because the sun, it is an instrument or it is an agent, it is a living object, and the like. We came out to think that it depicts and the actual object. It's not true. Okay, there are many examples that show that it is not true at all. Okay, for example, if you have the R, the mode, in many instances you have the mode with the vertical stroke. This doesn't mean the mode itself, means other things. So, you know, this is why here we have proved that we are word with without final consonant in this column, and or with final consonant in this column, and the interaction is explained here. Okay. Next slide. So here we need to show how Middle Egyptian is a Berber language, the language in the left column, whereas Coptic is a Berber language. We have just these few examples. Okay. Here is the word for garment. In Middle Egyptian, we have epsu. By the way, the three-stroke sign is not determinative. It is a sound sign. It is a phonetic sign as well. It is like the phoneme. It came to signify plural because plural same like ou or woo. This is kind of woo. Okay, so we put it at the end of plural because it sounds woo simply. It is not to express the plural. First, it is to express the sound woo, oo. Then, as all plural, and with oo, we have this. Okay. Anyway, we have at the end woo. Okay. And here in the Coptic outcome, what we have hebos. No final woo. No, you have the S here. You have the B here, and where is the W? Woo. It is not. It is expected to be here. It is not. You know. But you see it here inside, like any Berber language need to be, because the sound, the non-accented sound we have here, is reinserted inside the root, and by doing so, it gives a long vowel with a O sound in Coptic, a typical Berber feature. So look at this. We have the word which means river in Egyptian, in Middle Egyptian, iteru. Notice the W, the final W here. But in some instances, in the same stages of language, but rarely, we have this word, we say the same thing. Itu, with the W inside, between the T and the R, not at the end. Itu, sim, river. So you see clearly that it is a dialectal variant of this iteru. Some people, but rarely, use this word itu in place of iteru. This means that this behavior, which we attribute to Coptic, come far long before, because even in Middle Egyptian we found these instances in some situation. Manifestly, the scribe who has write this was speaking the basic language related to Coptic, the ancestor of Coptic, but the classic form of the language is iteru, is with iteru. But mistakenly, because it's in its old language, this, and this is in such detail, because it is a detail. You have to pay attention to detail. See, with this such detail, you can detect the presence of Behair languages beside the classic Middle Egyptian, because of its rarity, also because you can notice that such correspondence are very, very rare in Egyptian. Each time you have W at the end, you have two situations. You can have the keeping of the W, the final W, or you have it vanished completely. But neither you see it reinserted inside like this. This is to prove that in the majority of cases, Middle Egyptian is a Berber language, and some of its vocabulary in some rare situation came from a Berber language already existent in the same period. Okay? Now you have this final word. Eru, it is Horus, the god Horus. You have the final O here, the final W here, it is fully written here. We know that this word, this sound W is final, because in Akkadian transcription of the word, we found it here, Huru. For Horus, we have Huru. You see the W here, okay? And what we have in Coptic, we have Ho, simply Ho. No final W. Instead, like here, you have its reinsertion inside by influence, by assimilation. Before disappearing, it interacts and influence the middle vowel. Okay? And this is a proof that a Behair language. Whereas here, for sure, we have a Behair language. By the way, you notice the three-stroke sign here. This is another spelling of Horus. Does this mean that there are many Horus here? No, this is only the transcription of this W here. This is purely phonetic. You know, purely phonetic. This is a proof here. You can find many other proof as well. I explain this at length in the book. And here is another spelling with the vertical stroke. This is to mention that you have also another vowel here, another sound at the end. Okay, and this sound is close to this one. I reconstructed this one as U or Wu, and I reconstructed this as O or E. This is why you find sometimes this one is replaced by this one. Finally, look at this Akkadian transcription of the Egyptian word for messengers. who put you, messengers. In one instance, Akkadian transcribed as Uputi, purely bere situation. No final consonant, Uputi. They are all elements to transcribe the words they hear, and they transcribe this Uputi, a purely bere language form, Uputi. But in other instances, they translate this by Upuud, Upuud, a purely bare language form. You know, Upuud with final consonant and with long vowel. This kind of situation here and here and here. You know, the same language. So we have two dialectal variations of the same word. This is Uputiu, a Bere version, directly translated as Uputi, and here you have a Beher version translated as Uput, as expected. So this completes the proof that Middle Egyptian is a Beher language, whereas Coptic is a Beher language, and that this Coptic language has its ancestor in the classical period. Okay, but I can also explain this phenomenon of Beher and Bere by the behavior of English. This is the same thing. English is a Beher-like language if you compare it with French. You already notice that French doesn't like final consonants. Okay? Why? Why it doesn't like final consonant? Because in French, the final syllable is accented. The final syllable is accented. This is a better behavior, better feature. Whereas in English, accent can move back and forth. And this is why if you have a word like this, in Old English, you have mona. Look at
I think he cut out for an extended time.
If you can hear us, your mic is gone, Brother Mboli. Testing, testing. Can you hear me, Brother Uja?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm sitting here on the second computer, so I don't know if there's any loud static in the background.
No, it's a little humming noise on, I guess, on that particular computer you're on.
That's because I'm on this. Well, I'm on this laptop, but it's next to my tower, and it's for some reason it's very loud. That's that coming here. But yeah, I'm looking at the screen, and it looks like it's frozen.
Yeah, same here.
Put on this headpiece to switch to the other computer.
So he may have dropped out, and it takes some time to for the lag to catch up. You may just have to come back in.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was interesting. That was really and that was straightforward. It just takes some time for the mind to wrap around what he's saying, but what he said is very clear, you know. You know, it actually answers some questions for me, because I was actually looking at logograms, ideograms, phonograms, pictograms, and you know, we can look up the definition of those words, but then when you try to explain it to the next person, sometimes it can get real confusing, because logograms are ideograms, which can be pictograms, and so on and so forth. So what he just said about the vertical stroke, it answers the question about, you know, there are some instances where the vertical stroke, it doesn't depict the actual object you're looking at. It doesn't make it a pictogram. It actually makes it still an ideogram, like it's almost used as a metaphor in the language. Like he gave the duck example. Because the single stroke under the duck, it means sun, doesn't mean duck. So there's something in the culture. So it's more of a cultural identity. You have to know something about the culture to know what it's a metaphor. Oh, but I see.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where that the semantics comes in. But we see that you're back.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we'll let you continue. Let me go back to sharing. I'm gonna mute my mic. Y'all still getting feedback from me?
No.
Okay. But I'll mute my mic anyway.
Mr. Mboli, if you're speaking, I don't hear you.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah, yep, I hear you now.
Okay, thanks. I don't see the slides.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so we have this phenomenon, and it is
Looks like you went out again.
Did it happen again? Yeah. Looks like his video froze too.
Yeah, something's going on here.
That's your Egyptology spirits.
Yeah, man. He done brought too much. So, you know, I think the Egyptologists are supported by Google. So, but you know, hopefully he can come back in. But you know what he said brings clarity to why I would see over the years these different hold on one sec, these different variations of the spellings that I would consider metathesis because of the consonants. But it's clear that, you know, it's two separate branches of the same, you know, parent language that have converged in ancient Egypt, and where these groups are writing with the same script. So like we saw on that previous slide, you would see the syllables switched.
Right.
That's something I've detected as well. I noticed he mentioned also the nominalization of the final T.
Right.
You know, in other words, how to turn a verb into a noun with the final T, and that's something that Sambu discusses in his Missouri Legend Explorer, looking at collagen, and which I have brought to the board on several occasions. And so we're seeing all of these things manifested from, you know, different linguists, you know, helping us to better understand the ancient Egyptian language. Am I echoing?
No.
Oh, well, that's I got this earpiece. But
I found that was interesting that it's the other way around, where the plural, what we're calling a plural stroke, was actually, he said, a vowel, and even the vertical stroke determinative, the vertical stroke is a vowel, and then the plural stroke was a u or wu sound, but it became used as a plural because of I guess what it functioned as.
Yeah. Or it just could be a mix of, you know, you remember like how he said earlier how in the Sango language, the na, to, and the na something else, the people think it's one word, but they're two separate words.
Right.
They just sound alike. It's a homonym.
Right.
And so you have a plural homonym with that other feature which we're discussing. The same thing with the feminine T. There's a feminine T, but there's another series of T homonym or homographs in our case that we're confusing it and making it one.
And you won't know that it's separate until you actually do the comparative work.
Exactly.
So now we can explain, like we see it, you know, we can see it, but now we can explain it, or now we know how it came to be. Exactly. So now I have to I have to regroup on this whole thing with the logograms, because in me doing the book, I'm trying to explain it in the most simplified way. Yeah. So I had to kind of revisit that.
Matter of fact, for my raw book, I have to adjust some things, because when you spell Ra, it's not always just Ra, it's Ra'u. As just how you have Heru, you have Ra'u. And so when we go into the Bantu languages, we have in Tangu, or like in the Zulu, Ilangu, Ilanga. Matter of fact, I forgot what the language is, but it's in West Africa. For when they say sun, they say Rigwe. Just how like you would see in ancient Egypt with that W, saying at the end, which would, help us in terms of the vocalization. And I like, especially with this Heru here, in Chiluba, it's Kulu.
Right.
Or if you wanted to say, Heru is a word for God, you would say Inkole or Ingole, or Ingulu or Inkulu.
Right. Even as Akkadian transcribed it as Huru.
Exactly. And so, and what's also telling again, and this is the wisdom coming from Bilolo, is the actual determinatives. So if you see like the pedestal, the standard, like all of that is vocalizing as well. So it's telling you that it's something that is elevated of title and standard and things.
Okay, I think he's back with us.
Ah, hey.
Excuse me, my computer has crashed.
Ah.
I have to start
Okay.
it and hey, excuse.
It's
So
all good.
let us move on.
Are you
If
seeing
you
the
go to the
screen?
next slide, please.
I'm sorry?
Is it going to the
Could
next
you
slide?
move to the next slide?
Oh, okay. So you can see the slide. Okay, cool. I'm gonna
Yes.
mute my mic now.
Okay.
Hold on.
So here is a reconstruction of word in Proto-Sango, knowing that we have full comparison between Sango and other languages. We can go to the reconstruction of an intermediate state between Proto-Negro-Egyptian and Proto-Sango and Sango, based on all what we know. This is why we could note that the word for I in Sango is le nowadays, but in the past it should have something like hiret, like this. Note that Somali is il, and noticeably you can notice that by synchronic analysis we could already restore the initial I in Sango, because even if there is no I here in Sango, but in composed noun like ngi, ile, it is a kind of liaison, like in French, you know, the I reappears here in composed word. Ngi, ile, ngi means hair, typically, you know, and ngi, ile means eyebrow. And you see the reappearance of I even in nowadays Sango. And you have this as protoforms, and the aim of comparative method is also to separate inheritance from borrowing. We know from share that the word for egg in Sango, para, is not native to Sango at all. The word for that in Sango should have been le, like this. This word has been borrowed from Zande, the neighboring language, para, because all the equations have been met in Sango, between Sango and Middle Egyptian. P, Sango systematically correspond to P in Egyptian. We have such equation. We have also R in middle position that respond to R in the same position in Middle Egyptian. And finally, we have final A in Zande, which corresponds systematically to Egyptian T, final T. So this is Zande, borrowed into Sango. You know this. Even the same thing for this word, but this word is native to Sango, li, which means head. It is linked to Egyptian hairy. You know, everything all together as correspondence. It is about equation. If equation hold, thing is okay. If it don't hold, there's problem. And li means also head in Zande. Manifestly, Zande has borrowed this word from Sango, because the native word should have been Hari in Zande. This word effectively actually exists, and it means above in Zande. Next slide, please. So let's deal with what occur with this proto-language, which seems to be a very powerful linguistic community in the very distant past. Okay, this powerful linguistic community could not be contained only into Africa. Okay, it has spread outside, and I'm providing proof that it has done so. Next slide. So regarding Semitics, I have proved that the Semitic is a language formed from 3 waves of invading Negro-Egyptian populations. You know, the first one is composed of what I call Kikuki branches. This is a very ancient branch which separated from the rest of the Negro-Egyptian very early. I hypothesized its existence in one of the slides above, and it did occur that it has given birth to Semitic in the first place. In particular, it is responsible of its triconsonantism. The fact that words in that family of language are composed of 3 consonants. This came from this Kikuki. And we have 2 examples to show this. You have the root KPR, which means village. For example, Hebrew Kapar, Arabic Kafir. This corresponds to word Kiputi in the main branch at a certain epoch. Okay, but it quickly evolved into grouping of the 2 first syllables into one single labiovelar, giving birth to the Kweke language. This is why from this, in the distant past, corresponding to this, we have the Zande Koro, which seem the same thing, Koro. Seeing that now we have a labiovelar due to the quality the P. Last year we have separate sound. Okay, this is a Kweke, this is a Kikuki, and we have the same thing in Bantu. Okay, why we have KBR, which means big, Arabic Akbar, Kebir, and like, we have Bantu Kota. Kota is what responds to this, because here we have the K, which is methane, but the W has been changed into vowel. This gives O, Wu, U, or O. This is why we have Kota in 2 syllables. So we have the first wave by Kikuki speakers, and then we have proof of a second wave by the Beher locutor, Beher speaker of the Negro-Egyptian language, and we have proof here. Okay, for example, the feminine ending it is cha, zande a. In Semitic, it is read as at, exactly as expected for a Berber language. We have also this name for elephant. We have pil, okay. Whereas we have here in Baya foro. This corresponds to this reconstruction, okay. So fil or pil is typically a bare feature. And finally, with these roots, we have bare speaker coming finally to the same region and forming the final stage of Semitics. They brought with them these words, these roots, no, libab, ali, the like, and also the adjunct noun prefix mu, like in Arabic mu, you know, Mubarak, Muhammad, and the like. Okay, this is from the Bantu mu. Okay, Muntu, mu, anything. Oh. And you have also this prefix ma, like in Arabic ma, brought with them. This corresponds to Lingala ma. Okay, this is Bantu ma prefix Bantu. And conversely, you have also the suffix ngwa in Bantu. This corresponds to am in Akkadian, then in Proto-Semitic. So all proof that the formation is of Semitic is from three waves of this speaker. First, Kikuki, then Behe, and lastly Bere. It is not it is logical, because Bere is a core, is the earthland of Negro-Egyptian. Okay, Behe is composed of those who live in the periphery of the domain, and Kikuki is nearly non-existent in Negro-Egyptian nowadays. So they left first, and then Behe, which is in the periphery, and the core came last. Next slide. So for the Indo-European, I do the same thing, and I notice that it is composed of different languages.
Your sound went out again.
Just when he was going to talk about the origin of the Indo-European language.
That's when all the electricity went out in France.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
Eurasia just went black.
Okay.
So maybe he'll come right back.
Yeah, it seems like something is making the screen freeze. You know,
that's one thing about this I don't know how much memory he has on his computer, but this is definitely a memory hogger. This application and everything.
I mean, just to go off of what he said again, just like with the last time, what he's reaffirming is what G.J.K. Campbell Dunn argued as far as the origins of Indo-European coming out of Africa.
Yeah.
And so, but of course he's still in the more classic paradigm. And so he argues for Niger-Congo specifically. But that in of itself would demonstrate that is some inner core Africans who came out and helped to shape or develop the Indo-European languages.
Yeah, I'm looking at this slide here. He's showing the merging of 3 different dialects.
O dialect, S dialect, M dialect. And so that's another thing that, the classical models in linguistics, have a hard time explaining, because they try to make it seem like there was these single profound waves, just like there was allegedly a single wave of, Africans who left to populate the rest of the earth, when it would make more sense to assume that it was different waves of groups at different time periods. And so now you're seeing genetic studies, which is demonstrating that, which should have, in my particular head, should have been the assumption from the get-go. And even when it comes to, I hope when he comes back that, we have enough time. There's not that many slides left. But that we get into, like, the work of R.M.W. Dixon, which talks about this punctuated equilibrium and the divergence and convergence. Because basically what he's talking about here is divergence and convergence, but he's not putting it in the way that Dixon does, and so maybe that'll be something that he touches on. So I see he's back.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back.
I'm back. So, excuse me again.
Yep.
Yeah.
This whole dialect have provided. This is actually the first wave into the Indo-European motherland, okay, which is Asia Minor, and they brought with them it is the source of the masculine in O and the feminine in A in Spanish, for example. No, so why when you say blanco for white masculine and blanca white feminine in Spanish, the O is related to Hausa O here, and the A is related to Hausa A. No, it is typical. This is the proof. And you have then the S dialect, which is the second, and is responsible of ending with S in proper noun. You all know Charles, French, huh? Charles, Hugues, Jules, Georges, and the like. And finally, you have the M dialect. This is the last one, broad, which is responsible for example, the personal pronoun in English, me. It is the same thing than the me. It means moi, I. I read the French here. It is I, me. And English or any other Indo-European language could explain the origin of this me. Zande and other language could, and all the language, all the form you see, all word you see with final like in maximum, referendum, etc., come from this language. This is the Bantu mu in the form of suffix. And you can't find this in Fulani still nowadays. Okay, next slide. Next. So you have a lot of reconstruction, okay, of Indo-European language words coming from Negro-Egyptian. Typically, nearly all Indo-European words come from Negro-Egyptian. The word for water, for example, aqua, it comes from this word it corresponds to Egyptian ag, Bangala libwa, Lingala ebale, and by the way, it is the name of the origin of the word Ebola. Because Ebola designates a river in northern GRC, and its actual pronunciation is Lake Bali. Okay, so you have this H2 laryngeal, which equates to L. You see it, L here, and final here. You see it here, Lake Bali. Because Indo-European is a kind of Beher language, you have the H in final position. Okay, and you have all this. So all typical words in Indo-European languages, you can judge by this, come from Negro-Egyptian, and in current languages in the Negro-Egyptian family. For example, the word anti something, it came from, for example, Hausa anti, which means nose, because this word provides the semantics of the word. Why anti nose come to designate in front of? You have to only to refer to Egyptian hand, which is a sign of nose, and it means in front of. So Negro-Egyptian languages are very important to understand what is going on in Indo-European language, because it is its ancestral. Next slide. So here you have word of life. We have, for example, the word for liquid. Liquid came from liqui, and this is the Bangala malibwa, which means river. This is river. I didn't translate it into English. This is river. And you have the word Latin loqui, loqui, which corresponds to Bangla malubwa, discourse, speech. So you notice the correspondence here, li and li, lo and lo here. It's very striking, And you have also all this there's an equation linking L and capital A in Egyptian, in any of this kind of thing. For example, the word for from idol, and you see that this O comes from this W, and this L is a question of this capital A. Right? You can check it here from equal L W capital A here, L capital A here, etc. Everything holds together, no exception. This is a proof that even the word came from Negro-Egyptian speaker. Next slide. So you could notice that there is a kind of interaction between Semitic and Indo-European somewhere, because the comparative work shows this. This is very striking, and this is explainable only in the framework of Negro-Egyptian theory. You know, the fact that while you have Arabic final N, you have Akkadian final M, it could not be explainable in the framework of Semitic, pro-Semitic, nor this correspondence between Latin final M and Greek final N. This is the reply of this. Cannot be explained in the framework of Proto-Indo-European and Indo-European theory. It is only explainable by taking into account the Negro-Egyptian like this. Only this can explain this change into M in one hand and into N in other hand. This labiovelarize nasal is the origin of this speech. Next slide. So, in summary, to sum up the thing I spoke during the presentation, we came to this chart where we see that in the beginning we have the origin of Negro-Egyptian here. This is the separation. The main speaker move south, while the peripheral speaker are moving up, and these peripheral are giving birth to these languages. And by the way, they get out of Africa, and at these regions they separate, they influence the formation of two main language families: Semitic in this direction and Indo-European, Proto-Indo-European in this direction, north. And we have the separation into two branches here, Kentum and Satem. Everything holds together. And in Africa itself, you have a clear isogloss here, separating two regions. In the south, you have the conservative languages, which conserve the T in intervocalic position, the K in intervocalic position. And in the north, because they are far from the motherland, they evolve quickly and there are nobody to correct them, so they change rapidly. And the T evolve into R, the K evolve into L, and you can see these words here are the corresponding word here with R for house in place of T. You have Geret, mean lie, but in Lingala it is still T. Okay, Boko, you have Gibar in Egyptian with this Al sound in place of K. You have Toko with K here, and you have Ta with L here, etc. No, so the main thing, conservative thing is here, and during all this story up to nowadays, Bantu occasionally move forward, come to the northern region and influence things here. Okay, occasionally, this is why you find different dialects in different layers in the formation of the ancient Egyptian civilization. We can study this carefully using linguistics. Next slide, please. Okay. So, as nearly all aspects of Indo-European languages are related to Negro-Egyptian languages, what makes the difference between the two? The difference is about the worldview. You know, Europeans do not think the same way as African. This makes the difference, and this has impact on the evolution of the respective language. This is why Indo-European languages are moving in the direction they are moving nowadays. This worldview, we can see them in the use of the word designating the speech of the language. In nearly all Negro-Egyptian language, use the word for mouth to designate all things related to speech or language. Language is mouth. Okay, it is mouth in African languages. And why they think of mouth as language. But in Indo-European languages, language is tongue. Okay, it is the tongue which we make the equation. And when you speak tongue, you equate it with the language. This is why tongue still means language in English. Besides this French word language, which means also language, tongue in French, langue. Okay, this is two separate things, two different things, two psychologies, you know, and this psychology linking the tongue, the organ tongue, to the speech of the language is also observed in Semitic. The same thing in Semitic. So they are a common way of thinking, but African, sub-Saharan African, think the other way. For them, the speech is the mouth. And also you have they with is equated to sun in most African languages. And it is still observed in Caribbean Creole, West, even though they use French as the substrate to form the Creole language. In the way of thinking, they equate day with sun. They have the same way of thinking as African. This is observed, and history explains this. You have also the linking between the food and the place. Food and place, the same thing. For example, you have and place come to mean abstract word, to form abstract things. You just see it. This is observed only in African, in Negro-Egyptian language. There as well. Okay? This is why we have Ubuntu, which denote the abstract notion of humanity, versus Ubuntu, which simply means human, this actual being. And you could have also this thing which is related to the culture of the thing, of the speaker. For African, to have is to be the recipient, to be with in many of these languages. Okay? It suffices only to be with something in order to own the thing. But for Indo-Europeans, to have is to hold, no? To grasp, to be sure the thing belongs to you. Okay? This is telling about the people speaking this language. And we have many other different way of thinking, separating African and European, in spite of the fact that basically it is African languages that were used by Indo-European, but maybe they have their own language, the old way of thinking before, and they use African languages to communicate using this way of thinking. This is the same thing nowadays. We have African people using French or English, but with a worldview. This is affecting the old language, the old version of French or English. Next slide, please. So finally, you have this slide which shows that by the means of homonymy, association of ideas, Negro-Egyptian came to create new concepts and new ideas. And many of the ideas we are using all over the world come from this homonymy within African languages. For example, you have this word, Chikongo. Okay? The Kingdom of Congo is a complete counterpart to the word Kemet. Why? Because this Ngo sound is equivalent to M in final position or in non-final position. Linguistically, phonetically speaking, proof is here with this series. You see that while you have Ngo in Bantu, you have M in in Egyptian. And I think Professor Bilolo have already established that this chi, which is prefixed in the name of the Congo Kingdom, is related to the final chi in Egyptian. You see here, but you can see that because of the homonymy between the word meaning force, magical force, and the like, and the word for leopard, which is typical Ngolo in its initial form, they came to use the leopard or the leopard skin to express the idea of force. When this Zulu king, this is the current Zulu king, when he wear this leopard skin, it means that he has force. He has force. This is the significance, and this is the basic of Bantu thinking. The basic in any Bantu custom, you have this leopard skin. So this ceremony is fully explained by the Congo language, the Bantu language itself, without going in another language to explain things. The same thing occurred with Egyptian itself. It doesn't need outside element to explain this behavior, because you have this word Bau, which means force, magical force, and you have also this word leopard skin, Ba, which sounds alike. And because of this, you have Pharaoh Tutankhamun wearing this as a same priest. So this is equivalent to this one. They explain themselves the behavior. But when you come to this guy, Napoleon, by the way of Freemason or the like, they copy what was purely African cultural element. He wear this dress, and any European kings did the same, even up to now. You can notice here the equivalence of this leopard skin here, with this spot, the black spot on the white. This means I am force. But European language cannot explain this. You know, cannot explain this. This is purely borrowing from Africans. This is why you see the difference, and this is also why you have this other ceremonial. Why you sit on a throne? Why a throne is a symbol of royalty. This is explained by this homonymy here between the word for king and the word for thrones in plural, because in plural you could have the W, which is here, okay, and he have this cane also because it is eka, the stick. Eka, because eka sounds like as the word for chief. You have this. You can't explain this. Napoleon cannot explain this. Okay? And the same thing could be said about the word, the ceremonial with the eagle. Even the double-headed eagle, as in Russian. This came far from this word. And all these different words are related to the Bantu word, Ntu, which means chief, Kulu, which means great, and Kota, which means chief. All this, the first one are given this one, the second are given this one, and the third are given this one. Okay? So this is why language can influence thought and culture by the phenomenon of homonymy. Next slide. Okay. So, in the conclusion, I'm sorry for being too late. You can notice that only the comparative method, when rigorously applied, is able to prove genetic relatedness of languages. No other method is not capable of doing the same thing. You could use mass comparison and the like. You could not prove genetic relatedness. You need to go through the comparative method, but by using it very rigorously, as I have done. Second, if you use a combination of this method with the internal reconstruction, you can go as far as the beginning of the human language. And I did this in the book. I have reached the very initial state of human language, and I succeed in doing this only because I applied the method to African languages. If I applied it to other languages, it is not obvious, I can reach the same conclusion. And also, you have to note that Bantu languages, we have noticed it here with the chart, you know, with this isogloss. Bantu languages, not ancient Egyptian, are the direct continuation of the African mother tongue. Bantu languages, especially those in the region of the Great Lakes, are very close to the Negro-Egyptian language, the proto-language, the mother tongue of all, the most of African languages. This is a very important conclusion based on linguistic analysis. And there is a strong relationship between language, thought, and culture. And this is why many aspects of our present-day culture, not only those I just presented before, but many others are explainable only in the framework of African linguistics. And I'm reading a book written by Mboli, which deals full extension with this phenomenon, and he found many relations between African languages and these nowadays culture elements, for example, in Christianity and the like. This is a very new and promising field of research which need to be pursued because it is the basis to link people together, the culture, and the language, and the like. And finally, as you know, and this has been proved without any doubt that Indo-European and Semitic languages are of African origin. In any detail, in any aspect of those languages, you have African languages in them, and only African languages can explain the form these languages are nowadays. This is a final conclusion. I think I have presented many aspects of the books, and if you have questions, you could direct them to Asa. Will send them to me. I will answer them without no problem. Okay. Thank you for your attention, and good night.
Well, I definitely want to. Well, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time. I know it's late in France, and then it was originally scheduled to be 2 hours, and we went to 4 hours. So just that alone, I appreciate your time to take time to explain different elements and the things that you covered in your book. And it answered a couple of things that I've been wondering about the work that I'm doing on the Egyptian, the vertical stroke that you mentioned earlier, and the plural, the three-stroke plural that came to denote plurality, and then a lot of other things. So, you know, your presentation was very clear to me. It's definitely going to take some time for my mind to just wrap around it and just digest it, but it was pretty clear. And I just want to definitely thank you for you taking your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I just like to piggyback. I just like to piggyback and say, yes, it's been very informative. Of course, a lot of this, you know, if you have the book, of course, you've explained, you know, in the book. And there are certain aspects of your methodology that necessarily wasn't explained, but was put together really neatly in this particular presentation that I really appreciate. And, you know, I look forward to applying your method to, you know, other languages. One that I know I'm going to do for sure is the collagen language, which I already assume is the head branch of Negro-Egyptian. And we recently interviewed Dr. Kipkoech Sambu, and this is his book, The Missouri Legend Explored, a linguistic inquiry into the collagen people's oral tradition of ancient Egyptian origin. And so the collagen, which under the, I guess, the old paradigm, it would be considered a Nilo-Saharan language, you know, their oral tradition says that they came from ancient Egypt, and specifically their main hub was a place called To, which is, I guess we would say Jedu or Jedu, you know, in the Delta region. And so he did like a preliminary work, but I mean it's a good start, but he's considering typological features, you know, and to show relatedness. And so we know that, you know, typological features, you know, don't allow us to really get to, you know, the relatedness. But and so I went and picked up, you know, College in Linguistics by Dr. Taita Towit. You know, this is an extension of his PhD thesis, and you know, really want to apply and to see, because I think this is, you know, the language college is more closer to Coptic than anything. It may have been one of the original Coptic dialects or something like that in the region. But their culture helps to explain a lot, and so you have given, of course, us a method, a more rigorous method to, you know, really examine these languages, and I appreciate it. Another thing to highlight, you know, basically what you have mentioned, but not necessarily formally put in the slide, is this notion of convergence and divergence, or divergence and convergence over time, and how they really kind of influence languages. And so, you know, I know you quote him in your text, but if you're familiar with this text, you know, this is Dr. R.M.W. Dixon, The Rise and Fall of Languages, you know, where he, you know, goes into depth of that, and I think that the way that you have presented it, you know, really kind of reinforces, you know, that model of language interaction. And I have Thomason's work too, somewhere, you know, back here, as far as the language contact. But yeah, it's been it's you know, it's very excellent, and I especially did this for a lot of my English speakers who don't necessarily read French, and when I'm trying to, you know, convey some of these messages, they don't necessarily understand because they don't have a linguistic background. But I think that you have explained it in a manner that is concise and clear for someone who doesn't have a background in linguistics, that they can get the fundamentals of how this works. And so, just as Brother Wu just mentioned, you know, just in explaining that little bit took basically 4 hours. And so, anybody thinking that you can just come and flirt and breeze through, you know, a work like this is sadly mistaken. It's very rigorous and time consuming on every level, especially when you're comparing, you know, 6 or more languages, you know, to come to a more scientific conclusion about history and culture. And so again, you know, we just appreciate you and the time that you have dedicated to writing the work, first of all, and and sharing with us, you know, your knowledge and the results that you have come up with, you know, based upon your decades plus long research, you know, on this relatedness question. And so,
I did have a quick question, if you didn't mind. Brother Mboli, what are your findings on as far as the Egyptian determinative? Like what we're calling determinatives, everyone says that they're mute, that they're silent, and they just provide a semantic category to the word. But have you found that to be phonetic or pronounced or anything different?
is he there?
I hope he didn't freeze. Looks like his
freeze on us. So he done missed all that, whatever it is that we just said. If he froze on us. And then I know Sanjay, he just texted me and said that he would move his laptop, but I don't know if he's still there.
Okay, well, I mean,
if he wanted to say something.
It was 4 hours, so
yeah.
That's a good point though. 4 hours just to kind of explain what he explained. Imagine trying to explain the entire book. I mean, you know, that's just proof that it's hard work. It's tedious work.
So people want me to explain stuff like this on a Facebook post, and it gets me. Like, you really don't understand. You really don't have a grasp of how much I would have to explain to you just to explain why this little thing is what it is. It's like the analogy I used the last time when it comes to, trying to explain E equals MC squared. You
Right.
know the formula, you know basically what it means in terms of its conclusion. But if you actually read Einstein's work, it's several, you know, pages full of formulas and equations that all have to be worked out and reduced to that small, equation in terms of E equals MC squared. Like, I don't know if you have, Gabriel Yibo's the grand unified, the highlights of the grand unified field theorem.
Oh no, I heard
You
of it.
know, he has, for instance, at the end of the book, his formula, basically the G, sub I sub J, approaches infinity and all this other kind of stuff. It seems like a small equation, but when you open this book, I don't know if you can see, it's equation upon equation of different formulas, that had to be worked out before you can get to that small, that small little formula that you see there. And so that's why he was, I'm glad he was adamant on the the notion of rigor and what all that entails, and why you can't be lazy, and why you have to be attentive to detail. Because you will miss, and anybody else would look at that and say, oh, they're not, related, or or the T was dropped, or something to this nature, not understanding that the tones and all of this other kind of stuff was related. And then, what he doesn't use the term, I don't think the French speakers really use this term, but, when he was, the latter part of his slides, when he's talking about paronymy and how the similarities in the pronunciation of words are all combined to create a cultural artifact.
Right.
And so if I can, share the screen just to reiterate what we're talking about here, what screen was that?
You talking about the king with the leopard? Yeah.
Yeah. So, as you can see here, and a matter of fact, it's funny because some years ago, I wrote a paper saying that the word Congo and the word Kemet were cognates. And I'll probably share that with the group. And so it's interesting that he has, made this equation, because the paper is called Kemet, is Congo the Kemet, is Kemet the new Congo, or something like that. I mean, excuse me, it's Congo the new Kemet. And it's based off of the linguistics, but you can see that the similarities in the pronunciation of these terms manifests itself in the cultural artifacts, in terms of the leopard skins, in terms of magic, vital force, and the priest. All different words, but because they sound the same or similar, they're crystallized into a concept. And so how he has it is homonymy, association of ideas, new concept. And so in American linguistics, we call this paronymy. And so we see, if you don't know how words are broken up into languages, you won't be able to get, these particular concepts. And so just wanted to point that out. Let me. Is it stop sharing yet? Let me see.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, it's for me. The reason why I like this work is because it really just reaffirms in more detail stuff that I came up with years ago, or stuff that I'm reading in other people's texts that are kind of isolated. It's all really kind of brought together, here in this text. And so he didn't deal with Sumerian, but in the larger work that we're talking about, he deals with Sumerian. And so he's reaffirming this is another text that is arguing that Sumerian, comes out of this Negro-Egyptian, language family. And so we got works going all the way back to 1918 and 1935, making the argument that Proto-Bantu and Sumerian come from the same source.
Mm-hmm.
And so as the years is progressing, all the way from Hermstein to G.J.K. Campbell Dunn to it's in Walker's book, Robin Walker's book, but it's not Robin Walker. I forgot his name.
Black Athena.
But he, huh?
The Black Athena.
No. I'm talking about Robin Walker's book, When We Rule. The last chapter is dedicated to the Sumerian and Bantu question.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but Robin Walker doesn't write that chapter. It's another brother out of UK who writes it and who does that. So, he's the one who really kind of, guided Hermstein in, because Hermstein is the one who came up, in a more, outside, in terms of, that particular camp, the idea that Sumerian and Bantu was related. And so some years ago, back on some old, Yahoo groups, he first brought this information. So not until 2010. So this was back in 2005, 2004. Is it 2004, 2005, going into 2006 that he first brought this information out, but it wasn't published in a book. And so 2010 he actually releases the book, Black Sumer. The first one dealing with the linguistics, the other one's dealing with the physical anthropology. And so, but it's Hermstein who brought it up. Hang on, I just need to hold on, because it's irking me. Because any other time I can remember his name. Yeah, Fari Sapia. So Fari Sapia is the one who looked into his assumptions and said, you got something here. And then so going off of that, he wrote this chapter. And then Hermstein came out with the full book, but separately, G.J. Campbell Dunn wrote 2 books on the Sumerian question, the Comparative Grammar and the Comparative Dictionary, in 2009. That was released before Hermstein. But none of these folks have heard of each other or referenced each other, with the exception of the early people in 1935. And so you're seeing how this culmination of research is coming together and answering these questions. And so, the issues from the old methods in terms of African linguistics and in the inability for it to solve certain problems force new methods. And these new methods are bringing about information that was impossible, given, just like how you said, it's these concepts in Indo-European are unanswerable in Indo-European. Right. But Indo-Europeanists don't think that Indo-European is related to anything dealing with Africa. And so because they already have that in their mindset, they didn't look into Africa, and thus, they're saying it's an unknown etymology. Like I get into this concept of, where the word God comes from in Germanic. I'm like, it's an African word. And so we're seeing more and more that we're proving that these words come out of Africa. So when somebody's trying to argue that God ain't no African word, that's BS. We say God all the time in Africa, right. Indigenously, especially in Bantu. And
even the word idol, what he showed the word idol, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
The very word idol is cognate with the word dua.
Yeah.
You know that on one of the slides. So
exactly. I mean, it's all these cultural artifacts, are coming out of this one group of Africans, and it's really kind of shaped the personality of the world. And so, but even with that, it's still a distinctiveness that you can tell the Africans, just like he was saying, that the way that you think, what you associate with, the semantics of things, to where for them, it's, like when we talk about speech, their word for speech is the word for tongue. Whereas in the African languages, it's the word for mouth. And matter of fact, this is another way, if I could take it back a little bit, to, when Wesley Muhammad, for instance, tries to argue that Ra is Allah, and it's brought into, by Semites. Well, we have this semantics here with, Ra being sun and day, which doesn't exist in Semitic, and we also got its dialectical cognates in terms of spirit and ancestor, which the Semitic languages don't have. So how does, you know, the Egyptians borrow this from Semites, but it has all of the semantics and spellings that we find in Inner Africa?
Exactly.
Which can only mean that it's an Inner African thing that made its way up into Northeast Africa, into Egypt, but that is not a borrowing of Allah, you know, into the Egyptian language. So again, these rigorous methods here, it may seem small, and these little things may seem small, but they can eliminate certain hypotheses with the quickness.
Right.
You know.
And I think that I think people's overall view of linguistics needs to kind of get adjusted, because people, you know, linguistics it can be comparable to physics, you know, as far as, you know, because we look at physics and astrophysics as like, oh wow, you know, like a big thing, and then people put linguistics down here, but actually linguistics is just as rigorous, just as scientific, just as hard, or whatever, as these other scientific fields, you know, and we can't just go off of lookalikes and sound-alikes. You know, I hear people say English is a bastard language, or English is a language of nothing but codes and stuff. And anybody that says that, it's clear that they have no idea about anything linguistic. You know, saying stuff like that, how languages work, period. You know, so I don't know. It just kind of separates the, what do you call it, wheat from the shaft, whatever.
From the wheat.
Yeah. So it allows us to clearly see, you know, who's studying and who's not. So
what gets me is that, you know, how do you think that you could not study language when trying to study African cultures, when all of the culture comes through and express itself through the language? Because the people have to communicate the culture.
Right.
You can only communicate the culture through, not only, but the primary way to communicate a culture is through its language. And so you have to understand that language is, some say it's a branch of philosophy, at least in its early days, but it's really, in my personal opinion, it's really an aspect of psychology. You know, I mean, there's the physical aspect, the physics of it, and that's when you're dealing with primarily with phonology, which, you know, we really didn't get too much into in this particular discussion. But there's the psychological aspects of it, and that's one thing that he, you know, what I call semantics, not semantics, well, paronymy, and what he was talking about in the latter part of his, you know, presentation, that many people just don't get, is there's a psychology behind it. There's a psychology in terms of the associations of words that are, you know, evident in the language itself. And so I'm glad he you know, he ended on that note. I guess I apologize that he couldn't get to, you know, answer your questions, but, you know, formulate your question.
Yeah.
You know, and just send it to me. I'll send it to him, and then, you know, I'll answer. I'll publicly post his answer. You know.
Yeah, that would be good.
In the forum.
That would help.
But you know, I know it's what, 9 something here. It's 8 something here.
We went 5 hours.
Damn near. And so, I think we almost reached the limit of, because I think you can go 8 hours on Google Hangout. You know, but you know, so, you know, I want to thank the listeners, the audience, you know, who hung with us this time. Those who probably left, took a break, and came back. You know, we thank y'all for listening, and, you know, this is something you'll probably have to watch again. And, you know, if you have any questions, hit me up, or, you know, look up Brother Mboli, and, you know, we'll go from there. But thank you, Brother Uja. Thank Brother Sanjeti. You know, he's been having technical difficulties. We're gonna fix this.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get Sanjeti on here. Have a hangout just for Sanjeti's technical.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We need to have a hangout just for Sanjeti's microphone. And And so, you know, I just want to say, you know, peace and hotep to everyone, and we'll see you next time. Next time, actually, I won't be dealing with language, but I'm gonna be dealing with psychology, and I'm gonna have brother Adisa Ajamu. He's in the group. He's a psychologist, and also Dr. Wade Nobles is going to be on, and so that's going to be January the 5th, which is a Tuesday, and it's going to be actually live earlier in the day, and so because we got to work around Dr. Noble's schedule, and so that's when I can get them, so that's where we're going to have them. But we're going to talk about, you know, the psychology and in relationship to African psychology, and all this in relationship to the recent issues in terms of the acquittals of, you know, the police officers and things of this nature, and how they were prepared, and how Europeans use psychology to effectively, you know, deal with African Americans, and how we have to understand psychology, you know, to be able to combat, you know, European hegemony and things of that nature. So we'll have them two on. So if you can make it, you know, come through. So you know, kind of expand the conversation. But again, thank you, and I'm hang this mug up. I'm finding me something to eat,
All right,
and you know, go from there.
I appreciate it.
All right, man. All right, man. Peace.